wilderness. It calls to something deep inside us, a world of breathtaking beauty, raw power, and unforgettable encounters we watch from a distance, filled with awe. We tell ourselves we know the rules. Keep your distance. Respect their power. Never interfere. But what happens when, in a single moment, all those rules are forgotten? When a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity becomes a once-in-a-lifetime mistake? The story you are about to see is a chilling reminder that nature's most beautiful moments can turn in an instant. It's a true account of an encounter that should have been peaceful, but instead became a desperate fight for survival. This wasn't bad luck. This wasn't a random attack. As we'll show you, this was the direct result of a critical and ultimately deadly mistake. Let's break down what happened. My name is Amelia Vance. To be precise, Dr. Amelia Vance. While most people in my field use that title to preface a career in academia, lecturing in sterile university halls, I earned mine in the mud, the rain, and the silent, patient observation of the natural world. I hold a doctorate in zoology with a specialization in bioacoustics, but I've found my true calling is behind the lens of a camera. I am a wildlife photographer, a documentarian of the untamed. My work isn't about capturing pretty pictures for calendars. It's about telling stories. The story of a mother osprey teaching her fledgling to fish, the silent, brutal narrative of a food chain in motion, the ancient, unspoken sagas of creatures who have inhabited this planet far longer than we have. For the past decade, I've traveled from the frosted pines of the Yukon to the steaming jungles of the Amazon. I've learned to read the language of the wild, the subtle shift of a predator's weight, the alarm call of a sentinel bird, the scent of rain on dry earth. I've built a reputation on patience and respect, on understanding that when you enter the wilderness, you are a guest in someone else's home. You follow their rules. You listen. My colleagues often joke that I have an almost supernatural intuition, an ability to be in the right place at the right time. The truth is far less mystical. It's a product of rigorous study, thousands of hours of fieldwork, and a deep, abiding respect for the power and indifference of nature. I don't believe in the supernatural. I believe in biology, in cause and effect, in the intricate and often brutal dance of survival. This conviction, this reliance on logic and learning, has kept me safe in situations that would have sent others running. It has also, I now realize, been the source of a profound and dangerous arrogance. This particular assignment had brought me to Jacksonville, Florida, to a place steeped in a strange mix of human history and wild reclamation forestry tower park. The park is a sprawling expanse of wetlands and pine flatwoods, a sanctuary for wading birds, alligators, and the ghosts of industry. Its centerpiece is the old Flagler Tower, a skeletal steel structure from the early 20th century, now rusted and surrendering to the relentless grip of subtropical vegetation. My goal was to capture a series of images contrasting this decaying monument of human ambition with the enduring vitality of the nature that was slowly consuming it. The project was for a prominent conservation magazine, a visual essay on the theme of nature's persistence. I had spent the entire day there, from the first misty rays of dawn to the golden hour's embrace. The afternoon had been exceptionally productive. I'd managed a breathtaking sequence of a great blue heron, its form silhouetted against the shimmering water, spearing a fish with balletic precision. I'd captured the iridescent sheen of a dragonfly's wings and the patient, reptilian gaze of a turtle sunning itself on a log. As the sun began its descent, casting long, distorted shadows across the landscape, I positioned myself for the final, most important shots of the day, the Flagler Tower against the vibrant tapestry of a Florida sunset. The sky bled into a symphony of orange, pink, and deep violet. The air, thick with the humidity of the day, began to cool. The familiar evening chorus of the swamp swelled around me. The rhythmic chirping of crickets, the deep, resonant thrum of bullfrogs, the distant splash of a fish. It was a peaceful, meditative state I knew well. My world narrowed to the viewfinder, to the interplay of light and shadow, to the click and whir of my camera. I was in my element, a silent observer in a world of profound beauty. I got the shot, a perfect composition of decaying steel and celestial fire. A sense of deep satisfaction washed over me. It was the feeling of a day's work done well, a story successfully told. The park was officially closing. The last of the casual visitors had long since departed, their laughter and chatter fading with the light. A park ranger in a dusty pickup truck had already made a slow pass an hour earlier, his wave a friendly reminder that the night belonged to the park's true residents. I began the methodical process of packing my gear. Lenses were capped and placed in their padded slots. The tripod was collapsed, and my heavy camera bag was settled onto my shoulder. The walk back to the parking lot was about half a mile along a well-maintained gravel path that skirted a particularly dense thicket of cypress trees and saw palmetto. That's when I heard it. It wasn't part of the swamp's familiar symphony. It was a sharp, discordant note that sliced through the evening's calm. A cry. High-pitched, desperate, and unmistakably mammalian. It sounded to my horror exactly like a human baby. My blood ran cold. Every rational thought, every ounce of my scientific training, evaporated in an instant. It was a wail of pure distress, a sound evolution as hardwired into our very DNA to provoke an immediate, protective response. It came from the thicket of trees to my left, just off the path. The sound was raw, filled with a pain that felt utterly, terrifyingly real. My heart hammered against my ribs. I stood frozen for a second, straining my ears. The crying continued, punctuated by gasping, hitching sobs. It was the sound of an infant in agony, abandoned and alone. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the vast emptiness. "Is someone there? Is there a baby that needs help?" Only the wailing answered me. It seemed to grow in intensity, as if responding to my voice. A wave of nausea and adrenaline surged through me. My mind, a place usually occupied by shutter speeds and animal behavior, was now flooded with horrific images of baby left to the elements, a victim of some unspeakable act, suffering alone in the encroaching darkness. The professional, the zoologist, the seasoned photographer was gone. In her place was just a person, a woman, responding to what sounded like the most vulnerable of our species in its moment of greatest need. Common sense was a distant whisper, drowned out by the primal scream of instinct. I didn't think about the venomous snakes that hunted in the twilight. I didn't think about the alligators that lurked in the dark water. I didn't think about how foolish it was to leave the safety of the path. My only thought was the baby. I pushed through the dense wall of brush, the palmetto fronds scratching at my arms and face. My heavy camera bag, a source of pride and comfort moments before, was now a clumsy, bouncing hindrance against my hip. The ground became soft and marshy, my boots sinking slightly with each step. The air grew thick with the smell of decay and damp earth. The sound was my only compass, pulling me deeper into the gloom. It grew louder, more frantic, more heart-wrenching with every step I took. I was so fixated on the sound, so consumed by the mission of rescue, that I failed to notice the silence that had fallen around me. The crickets had stopped chirping. The frogs had gone quiet. The entire swamp was holding its breath. I was so focused on the sound of a human in trouble that I didn't pay attention to the other, more subtle sounds of the swamp, or the lack thereof. I was walking into the heart of a story, but it was not the one I thought I was documenting. It was an older, darker story, and I was no longer the observer. I was about to become a character in it. The air in the thicket was heavy and stagnant, a stark contrast to the gentle breeze on the path. Each step was a struggle against grasping vines in the sucking mud. The crying sound was now definitely close, seemingly originating from just beyond a dense curtain of Spanish moss hanging from a gnarled cypress. It had become a frantic, piercing shriek, losing the undertones of sorrow and escalating into pure, raw panic. I was picturing the worst, my mind a canvas for unspeakable horrors inflicted upon a helpless child. My hand, slick with sweat, gripped the strap of my camera bag. The other held out in front of me to part the thick vegetation. "I'm coming. Hold on," I yelled, the words catching in my throat. Then, just as I lunged through the final veil of moss, the wailing abruptly stopped. The sudden, Absolute silence was more jarring than the cry itself. It was as if a switch had been flipped, plunging the world into a vacuum. I stood panting in a small, dark clearing, my eyes struggling to adjust. The last vestiges of twilight barely penetrated the thick canopy above. The smell of wet earth and decay was overpowering. There was no baby. There was no sign of a struggle, no discarded blanket, nothing to suggest a human presence. There was only the oppressive quiet and the looming, skeletal shapes of the cypress trees. My heart, which had been pounding a frantic rhythm, now seemed to have stopped altogether. Had I imagined it? Was I so exhausted that my mind was playing tricks on me? And then the silence was shattered by a sound so utterly alien and horrifying that it defied all my years of biological study. It was a scream, but not a human one. It was a loud, drawn-out, shrieking cry that echoed through the trees with a chilling, spectral quality. It was a sound of primordial terror, a death rattle that seemed to come from the throat of a ghost. It rose in pitch and volume, a banshee's wail that vibrated in my bones and made the hair on my arms stand on end. I stumbled back, my hand flying to my mouth to stifle my own scream. My eyes darted around the clearing, searching for the source of the unholy noise. And then I saw it. Perched on a low, hanging branch was a bird. It was a limpkin, a large, brown wading bird with a long, slightly curved beak. I knew of them, of course. My doctoral thesis had touched upon the vocalizations of various wetland species. I had read descriptions of the limpkin's call, often described as a scream or a wail. I had listened to recordings of it in the sterile environment of a sound lab. But nothing, absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for hearing it in person, in the dead of night, in the heart of a swamp. The recordings had been clinical data. This was a raw, visceral experience. It was an otherworldly, haunting sound that seemed to tear a hole in the fabric of reality. The bird let out another long, quavering shriek, its head thrown back as if in agony. The sound it produced was so uncannily like a human in distress that the deception was perfect. Relief washed over me in a dizzying wave, so potent it made my knees weak. I felt like a complete and utter fool. Dr. Amelia Vance, expert in bioacoustics, duped by a bird known for its dramatic calls. A wave of professional embarrassment followed the relief. I had let my emotions, my very human instincts, override years of training and knowledge. I had abandoned all protocol, all common sense, and charged into a potentially dangerous environment based on a misinterpretation. I leaned against a cypress knee, taking a deep breath to steady my nerves, a wry, self-deprecating smile touching my lips. It was a good story, at least. A cautionary tale for my next lecture. I stood there for a moment, my adrenaline slowly receding, replaced by the familiar wariness of a long day. The limpkin, having delivered its final, dramatic cry, fell silent and melted back into the shadows of the branches. The swamp began to breathe again. A lone cricket tentatively started its song, then another and another, until the night was once more filled with its gentle, rhythmic chorus. The crisis was over. The baby was a bird. I was safe. I turned to go, to push my way back through the brush to the safety and logic of the gravel path. That's when I heard the growl. It was not a sound from a recording. It was not a sound that could be misinterpreted. It was low, guttural, and vibrated through the very ground beneath my feet. It came from the darkness directly in front of me, from the direction I had been heading. It was a sound of pure, predatory menace. I froze, every muscle in my body locking into place. The foolish relief of moments ago curdled into a new, far more profound terror. The limpkin's cry. It wasn't a lure. It wasn't a trick. My initial scientific assessment, the one I had just smugly congratulated myself on, was catastrophically wrong. The cry hadn't been a performance. It had been an alarm. The bird hadn't been trying to fool me. It had seen the real danger. It had been screaming its head off because something was wrong. The silence of the swamp before. It wasn't holding its breath for me. It was hiding. My trading, the part of my brain that had been dormant, now kicked in with icy precision. Do not run. Do not make sudden movements. Make yourself look bigger. But my body refused to obey. I was paralyzed, a statue of flesh and bone. The only part of me that could move was my hand, which slowly, almost involuntarily, raised my camera. It was a useless gesture, a photographer's last instinct. But then I remembered the night vision function. My thumb, trembling, found the button. I lifted the camera to my eye, the world shifting from impenetrable gloom to a grainy, ethereal green. I panned the lens across the clearing, my breath held tight in my chest. I saw the twisted shapes of trees, the hanging moss like ghostly hair, the damp floor of the swamp. And then I saw them. 2 points of light burning with a cold yellow fire. 2 eyes. They stared back at me from the shadows, unblinking, intelligent, and utterly devoid of anything but lethal intent. My fingers, clumsy with fear, fumbled with the focus ring. The image sharpened. The eyes belonged to a head low to the ground. The head belonged to a body, a sleek, muscular frame of tawny fur, coiled like a spring. A long tail twitched almost imperceptibly. A Florida panther. One of the most efficient and elusive predators in North America. It had been stalking something, moving with the silent grace that had made it a creature of legend. And I, Dr. Amelia Vance, with my doctorate and my fancy equipment, had blundered right into its hunting ground, drawn in by a sound I thought I understood. The limpkin hadn't been screaming for a lost baby. It had been screaming about the panther. Time ceased to be a measurable concept. It stretched and warped, each second an eternity viewed through the grainy, green filter of my camera's night vision. The world was reduced to this single, terrifying tableau: the burning yellow eyes, the coiled muscle, the absolute certainty of my own imminent death. The panther and I were the only 2 beings in existence, locked in a primal standoff that predated humanity itself. My PhD, my awards, my entire life's work dedicated to understanding creatures like this. It all meant nothing. In this moment, I was not a scientist. I was simply prey. My academic mind, though screaming in terror, was still working, ticking through facts and figures with a cold, detached horror. Pantheropartis cori, an adult male, can weigh up to 160 pounds, capable of short bursts of speed up to 35 miles per hour, a bite force strong enough to crush bone. They are ambush predators, preferring to attack from behind, targeting the neck to sever the spinal cord. I was facing it. A small mercy, perhaps. At least I would see it coming. The irony was a bitter pill. I had spent my career observing predators, documenting their hunts from a safe distance. I had written papers on their efficiency, their grace, their vital role in the ecosystem. Now, the ecosystem was about to play its vital role on me. The panther remained unnervingly still, a statue carved from shadow and menace. But through the lens, I could see the minute details. The slow, rhythmic rise and fall of its powerful chest. The way its whiskers twitched, tasting the air, tasting me. Its ears were canted forward, focused entirely on my position. It wasn't just looking at me, it was analyzing me, calculating angles, assessing my threat level, which I knew was laughably 0. My mistake was not just misinterpreting the warning. My mistake was my hubris. I had believed that knowledge was a shield. I had walked through the wild places of the world, wrapped in the arrogant assumption that my understanding of nature made me exempt from its fundamental laws. The first law, the only law that mattered now, was that the strong survive by consuming the weak. A low rumble started deep in the panther's chest, a sound that was more felt than heard. It resonated through the soles of my boots, a physical manifestation of its lethal intent. It was the sound of a finely tuned engine of death, idling before it roared to life. It lowered its head ever so slightly, the muscles in its shoulders bunching like thick ropes. This was it. The assessment was over. A decision had been made. My body finally broke free from its paralysis, not with a conscious command, but with a jolt of pure, animalistic survival instinct. The textbook rules flooded my mind. Make yourself look bigger. Make loud noises. Do not show fear. Do not turn your back. I wanted to laugh hysterically. Not show fear. My fear was so potent I could smell it, a sharp, coppery scent that mingled with the swamp's decay. With a surge of adrenaline, fueled strength, I tore the heavy camera bag from my shoulder and held it out in front of me. It was a pathetic shield, canvas and padding against claws and teeth. Get back. The voice that came out of my throat was not my own. It was a ragged, high-pitched shriek, almost as unearthly as the limpkin's cry. I took a clumsy step back, my boot sinking deep into the mud, nearly sending me sprawling. The movement was a mistake. The panther exploded into motion. It was not a leap or a bound. It was a fluid, instantaneous deletion of the space between us. One moment it was a coiled form 10 yards away. The next, it was a blur of tawny fur and snarling fury in the air. The world dissolved into a maelstrom of green, tinted chaos. I saw a flash of white teeth, the glint of claws extended like razors. I threw the camera bag at its face, a desperate, futile gesture. It swatted the bag away as if it were a fly, its immense power terrifying to behold. I fell backward, landing hard in the mud and brackish water, the impact knocking the wind from my lungs. I scrambled away, my hands clawing at the slick earth, my mind screaming. This is how it ends. Drowning in mud, torn apart in the dark. My final moments a footnote in the life cycle of a predator. My final story, told by no one. The panther landed precisely where I had been standing, its claws digging deep gouges in the soft earth. It let out a snarling hiss, a sound of frustrated rage, and for a split second, its yellow eyes were no longer on me. They were looking past me, at something behind me. A blinding white light cut through the clearing, freezing everything in a harsh, artificial glare. It was followed by a deafening roar, a human sound, full of authority and anger.
Hey, get out of here! Go on, get!
I twisted my head, my eyes squinting against the sudden brightness. It was the park ranger. His truck, which I hadn't even heard approach, was just visible through the trees, its headlights slicing through the darkness. He stood beside the open door, a powerful flashlight in one hand, and I saw with a surge of unbelievable relief, a shotgun in the other pointed not at the panther, but towards the sky. He fired a second time. The blast was concussive, a thunderclap that shook the very air. The panther, caught between its intended prey and this new loud and impossibly bright threat, hesitated. It looked from me, pathetic and mud, soaked on the ground, to the ranger, an unwavering silhouette of human intervention. The predator's calculus, once so simple, was now complicated. The risk had suddenly become too high. With a final, disgusted snarl, it turned. In a single fluid movement, it vanished back into the impenetrable darkness of the swamp from which it came. One moment it was there, a creature of nightmare and legend, and the next it was gone, as if it had been nothing more than a phantom all along. The silence that descended was absolute. There was no growl, no bird call, only the sound of my own ragged, gasping breaths and the pounding of my blood in my ears. The ranger kept his light trained on the spot where the panther had disappeared for a long moment before slowly walking towards me, his boots squelching in the mud. "Mom, are you all right? Are you hurt?" His voice was calm, steady, the voice of someone who had seen the wild face of the park before. I couldn't answer. I could only lie there, covered in mud, trembling uncontrollably. The image of those yellow eyes burned permanently onto the back of my eyelids. I had spent my life studying the line between the human world and the natural world. That night, I had not just crossed it, I had been dragged over it. The cry I thought was a plea for help was an alarm. The alarm I had dismissed as a curiosity was a signal of death, and the death that had been meant for me was averted not by my knowledge or my skill, but by the random chance of a park ranger making his final rounds. I came to the park to capture a story about nature's persistence. I left with a far more personal, far more terrifying one, a story about my own fragility. I no longer just believe in biology, in cause and effect. I believe in the growl in the darkness, in the silence that follows a scream, and in the profound, humbling terror of realizing you are not, and never were, the one in control. My name is Liam, and I've always believed that history isn't something you just read in a book. It's a tangible presence, a lingering ghost etched into the very soil beneath our feet. That's what drew me to my major, and it's what pulled me deep into the humid, oppressive embrace of the Florida panhandle that fateful summer. I wasn't there for the beaches or the tourist traps. I was hunting for phantoms of a different sort, the lost turpentine camps that once dotted the landscape along the Apalachicola River. These were places of grit, sweat, and forgotten stories, where men toiled in the pine forests, bleeding the trees for their resin in a brutal, thankless industry. For a history student with a romantic penchant for the obscure, it was like searching for a lost city. My research had led me to believe a significant camp, one of the larger operations from the early 1900s, was located somewhere in this sprawling, state-owned wilderness. Maps from the era were crude, more suggestion than science, but by cross-referencing old logging surveys and property deeds, I'd narrowed my search to a few square miles of dense, unforgiving forest. My goal was to find tangible proof, the remnants of a commissary, the brick pilings of a foreman's house, or even just the distinctive cat face, scars on ancient pine trees that had survived the axe. The day started with a suffocating blanket of heat. By 9 a.m., the air was already thick enough to drink, and my T-shirt was plastered to my back. I'd left my beat-up sedan on the gravel shoulder of a deserted county road, the tires crunching on the loose stones in a way that sounded like the only man made noise for 100 miles. A narrow, overgrown trail, likely an old logging path, served as my entry point. The moment I stepped under the canopy of longleaf pines and cypress trees, the world changed. The sunlight was filtered into a hazy, greenish twilight, and the air smelled of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sweet, sharp scent of pine sap, the very lifeblood of the men I was searching for. For hours, I walked. The only sounds were the drone of cicadas, a constant, high-pitched thrum that seemed to vibrate in my bones, and the soft crunch of my boots on the pine-needled, carpeted floor. I carried a backpack with the essentials: 2 liters of water, a compass, a GPS unit, a first aid kit, and my phone, which I knew was little more than a camera and a clock out here. Cell service was a distant memory. I felt a profound sense of isolation, but it wasn't frightening. It was thrilling. This was immersion. This was how you found the things no one else could be bothered to look for. I found a few promising signs early on. A line of unnaturally straight trees that suggested an old property line, a scattering of rusted barrel hoops buried in the mud near a creek bed. But the big prize, the heart of the camp, remained elusive. By early afternoon, the heat was taking its toll. Sweat dripped into my eyes, and the relentless humidity made every breath feel like a chore. I was starting to feel discouraged, the romantic vision of the intrepid historian giving way to the wary reality of a hot, tired guy lost in the woods. That's when I saw it. Through a thicket of saw palmetto, a skeletal shape clawed at the sky. It was a fire tower old and forgotten. It wasn't on any of my modern maps, which meant it was likely decommissioned decades ago, a relic from the same era as the camps. A surge of adrenaline cut through my fatigue. Fire towers were often built near logging operations to protect the valuable timber. If the tower was here, the camp had to be close. I pushed my way through the sharp, edged fronds of the palmettos, ignoring the scratches on my arms. The tower stood in a small clearing, a lattice of rusted steel rising 100 feet into the air. The wooden cabin at the top was gone, rotted away or destroyed by a long-ago hurricane, leaving only the stark metal frame. At its base were 4 massive concrete footings, cracked and stained with age, anchoring it to the earth. This was it. This was a piece of the history I was looking for. I could almost hear the ghosts whispering in the wind that sighed through the steel beams. I dropped my pack and began to circle the base, running my hands over the rough concrete, feeling the grit and the history. I was so engrossed in the structure, in the story it told, that I almost didn't see the other occupant of the clearing. There, coiled on a pile of sun-drenched leaves near one of the concrete blocks, was a snake, and it was gorgeous. My first thought wasn't fear, but admiration. I'd spent my childhood hiking the woods of North Georgia with my father. He'd taught me to identify the local wildlife, to respect it, but not to fear it needlessly. I knew my snakes. Or, I thought I did. This one was a masterpiece of natural art. Its body was a warm, reddish, copper brown, the color of rich earth and autumn leaves. A series of darker, Hourglass-shaped bands stretched across its back, a perfect, repeating pattern that seemed almost hand-painted. The pattern was so crisp, so defined. It looked exactly like a harmless corn snake, a common constrictor I'd seen a dozen times before. They were known for their beautiful patterns and docile nature. My roommate back at university, a herpetology-obsessed guy named Sam, would lose his mind over a picture of this one. It was a perfect specimen. Without a second thought, I pulled out my phone. The snake hadn't moved. It remained in its tight coil, a living sculpture. It seemed completely unbothered by my presence. This, I thought, was my reward for the long, hot day. A perfect photograph of a perfect animal in a perfect historical setting. My mistake was arrogance, a fatal flaw born from misplaced confidence. I was so sure of my identification, so wrapped up in my expert knowledge from a different state, that the possibility of error never entered my mind. I was in Florida, not Georgia. The geography was different, the ecosystem was different, and the inhabitants were different. The known range for the southern copperhead, a venomous pit viper, is from the Apalachicola River west to Pensacola. I was standing in the dead center of its prime habitat. But all I saw was beauty. I saw the way the sunlight played on its scales, making the copper tones shimmer. I saw the intricate, dark, brown pattern that reminded me of a decorative ribbon. I didn't see the subtle thickness of its body, nor did I pay attention to the shape of its head. I was blinded by aesthetics. "Hold still, you beauty," I whispered, my voice a soft hush in the silent clearing. I crept closer. My boots made almost no sound on the soft bed of leaves and pine needles. I crouched down, bringing my phone up, framing the shot. The autofocus struggled for a second, then sharpened on the snake's coiled body. The detail was incredible. I could see each individual scale. I wanted to get lower, to get a more dramatic angle, to capture the texture of its skin against the backdrop of the decaying leaves and the old concrete. One more step. I shifted my weight, moving my right foot forward, my eyes glued to the screen of my phone. I was focused on the art, not the animal. On the pattern, not the potential for peril. I was so close now, maybe only 2 or 3 feet away. The snake still hadn't moved. It hadn't rattled. It hadn't hissed. It hadn't given any warning at all. It just sat there, a silent, beautiful, patient thing, waiting in the warm Florida sun. The world had narrowed to the glowing rectangle in my hand. Through the lens, the snake was a static object of beauty, its copper scales shimmering, the dark hourglasses a perfect, hypnotic pattern. The cicadas buzzed, the air was heavy, and in that moment of focused admiration, I was completely detached from reality. I was not a vulnerable man of flesh and blood standing 2 feet from a wild animal. I was an artist, a documentarian, capturing a perfect moment. My finger hovered over the capture button on the screen. The strike was not a blur. It was a moment of horrifying, crystalline clarity. One instant, the snake was a coiled sculpture. The next, a third of its body launched forward with a speed that defied physics. It was not a slither or a lunge, but an explosion of muscle and intent. I saw its head, which I had failed to properly examine, flatten and widen into a distinct, sharp, edged triangle. I saw its mouth gape open unnaturally wide, revealing the pale, fleshy interior, and I saw the fangs. 2 curved, needle-sharp points of ivory that unfolded from the roof of its mouth like switchblades. Time seemed to stretch and warp. I registered all of this in a fraction of a second that felt like a lifetime. There was no thought, no time to react, no chance to even flinch. There was only the impact, a sensation like being stabbed with 2 white, hot pokers tore into my left calf. The pain was immediate, absolute, and blinding. It wasn't a cut or a puncture. It was a detonation of pure agony that erupted from the point of impact and shot up my leg, flooding my entire nervous system with fire. A strangled cry ripped from my throat as I instinctively threw myself backward, scrambling away, my hands scrabbling at the dirt and leaves. My phone flew from my grasp, landing screen, down somewhere in the undergrowth. I landed hard on my back, my head thudding against the ground. For a second, the world was a dizzying mess of green canopy and blue sky. The pain in my leg was a roaring inferno, so intense it was almost abstract. I pushed myself up onto my elbows, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. My eyes darted back to the spot where the snake had been. It was already gone. I caught a final glimpse of its thick, copper, colored body vanishing effortlessly into the dense wall of saw palmettos. It moved with a fluid grace that was terrifying in its efficiency. It hadn't been angry or aggressive. It had simply acted, a perfect, deadly machine doing what it was designed to do. And as it disappeared, I saw its head one last time. It wasn't the slender, elegant head of a corn snake. It was blocky, powerful, and distinctly triangular. It was the head of a pit viper. No, I breathed, the word a desperate, hollow puff of air. The truth crashed down on me with the force of a physical blow, shattering my arrogant confidence into a million pieces. The beautiful pattern, the copper color, the hourglass shapes. It wasn't a corn snake. It was a copperhead, a southern copperhead. The name echoed in my mind, a death knell from some forgotten nature documentary. Venomous. My hands, trembling uncontrollably, went to my leg. I ripped at the fabric of my hiking pants, tearing them away from my calf. And there they were. Two small, neat puncture wounds, set about half an inch apart on the fleshy muscle. They didn't look like much, but they were already welling up with dark, sluggish drops of blood. The skin around them was beginning to turn an angry red, the first sign of the war that had just been declared inside my own body. I stared at the two small holes, mesmerized by the horror of them. This was real. This wasn't a story or a history lesson. This was a biological crisis happening to me right now. The venome, a complex cocktail of hemotoxins and cytotoxins, was already at work, coursing through my veins. I could almost feel it, a tingling, burning poison spreading through my tissues, its sole purpose to digest me from the inside out. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the initial shock. My training, what little I had from my father and the Boy Scouts, screamed at me. First aid. You have a kit.
Use it.
I crawled frantically toward my backpack, which lay on its side by the concrete footing. My leg throbbed with a deep, rhythmic pulse that matched my frantic heartbeat. Every movement sent a fresh wave of searing pain up to my hip. I fumbled with the zipper on my pack, my fingers feeling clumsy and disconnected from my brain. I tore out the small red pouch of my first aid kit. Inside were bandages, antiseptic wipes, aspirin, all laughably inadequate for what was happening. There was no anti-venom, no magic cure. The kits never have them. What was I even supposed to do? The old myths. Cut the wound, suck out the venom, apply a tourniquet, were all dangerously wrong. I knew that much. All you could do was stay calm, keep the bite below the heart, and get to a hospital. Stay calm. The advice seemed like a cruel joke. My breath was coming in ragged, shallow gasps. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead, despite the oppressive heat. I looked at my leg again. The area around the bite was no longer just red. It was swelling, the skin becoming tight and shiny. The swelling was visibly creeping upwards, a terrifying tide of my own body's inflammatory response. The pain was no longer just a sharp fire. It was a deep, crushing weight, as if my entire lower leg was caught in a vise that was being slowly, relentlessly tightened. My phone. I needed to call for help. I scanned the leafy ground, my eyes darting everywhere. I saw its dark case lying near a clump of ferns. I lunged for it, ignoring the agony in my leg. I snatched it up, my thumb swiping frantically at the screen. The glass was cracked, but it lit up. And in the top left corner, the 4 words I had been dreading all day: no service. I tried anyway. I stabbed at the emergency call button. The phone attempted to connect, a hopeful series of beeps that ended in a flat, final tone of failure. I tried again. Nothing. The tower of rusted steel above me was a bitter irony, a monument to communication in a place where none was possible. I slumped back against the concrete footing of the tower, the rough surface digging into my spine. The full, crushing weight of my situation settled upon me. I was miles from my car. I didn't know exactly how many, but I knew it was too far to walk. Even if I could stand, which I doubted, every step would only pump the venom through my system faster. I was utterly, completely alone. No one knew where I was. I told my roommate I was going. exploring near the Apalachicola. A vague description covering hundreds of square miles of wilderness. No one would even think to start looking for me for at least another day. The sun, which had been my adversary all day, was now becoming a different kind of enemy. It was sinking lower in the sky, its light shifting from a harsh white to a soft, golden orange. The longleaf pines cast impossibly long shadows that stretched like dark fingers across the clearing. The forest, which had felt vibrant and alive, was now taking on a more sinister character. Every rustle of leaves was another snake, every shadow held a new threat. The air grew cooler, and the drone of the cicadas began to fade, replaced by the chirping of crickets and the deep, guttural croak of a bullfrog somewhere in the distance. The world was preparing for night, and so was I in the worst possible way. I looked down at my leg one more time. It was grotesque. The swelling had traveled past my knee, and my entire lower leg was now a bloated, discolored mass of tissue. It was a terrifying, unnatural size, and the pain had reached a new, unbearable crescendo. It was a living thing, a malevolent presence attached to me. I had made a fatal mistake in identification, blinded by the beauty of a creature I didn't respect enough to fear. And now, sitting at the base of this forgotten tower, with the sun bleeding out of the sky, I was beginning to understand the price of that mistake. I don't think I can walk. I don't think I can even stand. The darkness is coming. The last sliver of orange blood from the horizon, and the world dissolved into an impenetrable, velvety black. Darkness in the city is never truly dark. It's a tapestry of grays and muted colors. But here, in the heart of the wilderness, it was an absolute state of being. It was a physical presence that pressed in on all sides, stealing the outlines of the trees, the ground, and the skeletal fire tower above me. I was no longer in a clearing. I was at the bottom of an ocean of ink. My world had shrunk to the circle of my own agony. The pain in my leg had transcended simple pain. It was a universe of torment. The crushing vise had been joined by a million burning needles, a constant, high-frequency vibration of pure suffering that had a sound of its own, a low, electric hum that seemed to emanate from my own bones. The swelling hadn't just passed my knee. I could feel its tight, hot pressure creeping up my thigh, a slow, inexorable invasion. My pants, once loose, fitting, were now a tourniquet, and the skin of my entire leg felt stretched to the point of tearing. I could feel my pulse, not just in my chest, but in my swollen, grotesque limb, a slow, heavy thump that was pumping the poison deeper into my core. My body, betrayed by my mind's arrogance, was now in open revolt. Waves of nausea washed over me, hot and acidic, leaving me gasping and retching, though there was nothing in my stomach to bring up. A fever had taken hold, but it was a strange, paradoxical thing. I was burning from the inside out, my skin hot to the touch, yet I was shivering violently, my teeth chattering in the humid air as if I were trapped in a blizzard. The concrete footing I was slumped against offered no comfort, only a cold, unyielding hardness that seemed to leach what little warmth I had left. And then the sounds began. The night forest was not silent. It was a symphony of alien noises that my city dwellers' ears struggled to process. The chirps and clicks of insects I couldn't name formed a disorienting wall of sound. The deep, mournful hoot of a barred owl echoed from a nearby tree. Who cooks for you? Who cooks for you all? A question that sounded both mundane and profoundly accusatory in my fevered state. But it was the other sounds that unraveled me, the rustling in the leaves. In the daylight, I would have dismissed it as a squirrel or a lizard. Now, every soft skittering sound was the copperhead, returned to inspect its handiwork. I'd whip my head toward the noise, my eyes straining to pierce the suffocating blackness, my heart seizing with a fresh spike of terror. Was it circling me? Was it waiting for me to weaken? I saw its triangular head in my mind's eye, its lidless stare, its patient coil. The beauty I had admired was now a symbol of pure, efficient malice. My thoughts began to fracture. Time lost all meaning. Was I here for hours or for minutes? My life, my choices, all led to this single pathetic point. I thought of my father, the man who taught me about the woods. I remembered him showing me a corn snake in Georgia, its its docile body wrapped around his arm. "See, Liam," he'd said, "you have to know what you're looking at. Respect them all, but know which ones to fear." I had failed his most important lesson. My arrogance had spat on his wisdom. The memory was so vivid I could almost smell the scent of his flannel shirt. But the memory soared, his face contorting in my mind into a mask of disappointment. The history I came to find was now finding me. I started to see them in the oppressive darkness, flickering shapes at the edge of my vision. The turpentine workers. Gaunt, hollow-eyed men with skin stained by pine sap and sweat. They weren't ghosts in a romantic sense. They were specters of suffering drawn to my own. I saw them moving between the trees, their movements slow and wary. They didn't speak, but I could feel their collective misery, a silent chorus of forgotten hardships. Was this how they died? Alone in this unforgiving wilderness, from infection or accident, or a snake bite just like mine? The line between my historical fascination and my present horror blurred into a terrifying, delirious smudge. A new symptom began. My vision started to swim, the darkness pulsing with faint, geometric patterns of light, like the afterimage of a camera flash. My thoughts grew thick and syrupy. I tried to focus on a plan, on survival, but my brain was a broken machine. Crawl, a small, rational part of me screamed. You have to try to crawl. I pushed myself away from the concrete, my hands sinking into the damp earth. The movement sent a bolt of agony through my body so intense that I blacked out for a second. When my vision cleared, I was face down in the leaves, the smell of decay filling my nostrils. I managed to get onto my elbows. I tried to drag my body forward, using my one good leg to push. I moved maybe a foot. The effort left me completely spent, my breath coming in wet, ragged sobs. My swollen leg was an anchor, a dead weight of poisoned meat chained to my body. It was useless. I was trapped. Defeated, I collapsed back against the tower's base. This was it. This was the end of the story. A foolish history student, a beautiful snake. A forgotten tower in the woods. It was a pathetic epitaph. I closed my eyes, a strange sense of resignation washing over the panic. Maybe it was better to just let go. To let the venom and the fever and the darkness take me. And then I heard it. It was different from the other sounds of the night. It wasn't an insect, or an owl, or a rustle of leaves. It was a low, rhythmic cracking, the sound of something heavy moving through the undergrowth. Snap, crunch, snap. It was slow, deliberate, and it was getting closer. My eyes flew open. The terror returned, sharp and absolute, cutting through the fog of delirium. It wasn't a small animal. This was big. A deer, a bear. The woods were full of black bears. The thought of being found helpless and dying by a predator was a horror beyond anything I had yet imagined. "Hey!" I tried to shout, but my voice was a dry, rasping croak, barely louder than the crickets. "Help me!" The cracking sound stopped. Silence descended again, but this was a new kind of silence. It was heavy with attention. Something was out there, in the blackness, listening, waiting. My heart hammered. I held my breath, straining my ears. For a full minute, there was nothing. I imagined it, I told myself. It's the fever. Then I saw a light. It was a single, pale beam, cutting through the darkness about 50 yards away, sweeping slowly from side to side. It wasn't a hallucination. It was a flashlight. Hope, so powerful it was painful, surged through me. A ranger. Someone was out there. They were looking for something. They were looking for me.
Eerie!
I screamed, pouring every last ounce of my strength into the sound. It was still a pathetic, broken noise, but it was the best I could do.
I'm over our help!
The beam of light froze, pointing directly at the clearing. It held steady for a moment, then began to move toward me. My sob of relief was choked with pain and gratitude. I was saved. I was going to live. But as the light got closer, the beam illuminating the trunks of the pines, I saw a shape moving behind it. And then another. They weren't walking like any person I had ever seen. Their movements were jerky, unnatural, their limbs seeming to bend at odd angles. They were tall, gaunt figures, just like the ones I had seen in my delirium. The light wasn't from a flashlight. It was a sickly pale luminescence that seemed to emanate from the lead figure's chest. They drew closer, stepping into the edge of the clearing. The light washed over them, revealing their faces. They were hollow-eyed and gaunt, their skin the color of old parchment, their clothes the tattered rags of a bygone era. They were the turpentine workers, and they were real. The lead figure raised a hand, not in a gesture of help, but of summons. He pointed a long, skeletal finger directly at me. He opened his mouth, and a sound came out, not of a human voice, but the dry, rustling whisper of dead leaves. And from the darkness all around me, I heard the sound of more things stirring, more branches cracking, as the rest of them began to close in. The last thing I saw before the darkness finally consumed me was the beautiful, hypnotic, hourglass pattern of a copperhead coiled perfectly at their feet. My name is Dr. Chloe Ellison. I hold a PhD in ornithology with a specific specialization in bioacoustics, the study of sounds produced by or affecting living organisms. For the past 6 years, my work has been my life, taking me from the dense rainforests of Costa Rica to the windswept plains of the Serengeti. My purpose is to listen, to record, and to understand the complex language of the animal kingdom. This particular grant, a prestigious fellowship from the Cornell Lab of Ornithology, had brought me to the humid, primordial landscape of Myakka River State Park in Florida. My objective was specific to capture and analyze the full vocal repertoire of the native barred owls. Strix varia, a species known for its surprisingly diverse, and at times, unsettling vocalizations. The Myakka Fire Tower was my chosen listening post. It's a skeletal structure of weathered steel, rising 100 feet above the flatwoods and prairies, offering an unparalleled acoustic vantage point. For 3 consecutive nights, I had made the solitary trek from the ranger station to the tower, my heavy pack filled with state of the art recording equipment, a Tellinga parabolic microphone that looked like a transparent satellite dish, a multi-channel sound recorder, and high-fidelity headphones that could isolate the faintest whisper of a feather in the wind. The work was meditative, almost spiritual. Alone under a blanket of stars, surrounded by the symphony of the nocturnal world, I felt more at home than I ever did in a bustling city. On the 4th night, the air was thick and still, heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying pine needles. The usual chorus of crickets and frogs seemed subdued, creating a silence that felt expectant, almost tense. I had been at the base of the tower for hours, my microphone aimed towards a distant cypress dome, capturing some truly magnificent hooting sequences. The classic, resonant 8 hoot call, often translated as, "Who cooks for you? Who cooks for you all?" echoed with textbook clarity. I was meticulously logging the timestamps, noting the subtle variations in pitch and cadence, feeling the quiet satisfaction of a researcher gathering clean, valuable data. Then, through the sensitive membrane of my headphones, a new sound cut through the night. It was utterly bizarre, a sound so out of place that for a moment, I thought my equipment was malfunctioning. It was a frantic, high-pitched series of shrieks and chattering cackles, like a troop of monkeys in the throes of a violent frenzy. It was manic, unearthly, and it sent a primal shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the cool night air. My scientific mind immediately began racing, flipping through its internal catalog of known vocalizations. It wasn't a panther, their screams are more humanoid. It wasn't a fox or a bobcat. Then recognition dawned, and my professional excitement eclipsed my initial fear. I knew what it was. It was the infamous monkey call of a barred owl. It's one of their rarest and most misunderstood vocalizations, a sound so strange that it has fueled local legends of swamp monsters and spectral beasts for generations. To capture a clean, close, range recording of this call would be a significant achievement. A highlight for my research, a gem in my collection of acoustic data. The sound was distant, perhaps half a mile away, its intensity muffled by the dense canopy. From my position on the ground, the recording would be cluttered with the rustling of palmetto fronds and the low hum of insects. I needed elevation. I needed to get above the tree line. Without a second thought, I looked up at the dark, imposing silhouette of the fire tower. The tower was officially closed to the public after dusk, a rule I had been content to follow until now. But the call of science and the allure of that rare recording was too strong to ignore. I shrugged off my heavy pack, taking only the essentials: my parabolic mic, the recorder slung over my shoulder, and my headphones. The first step onto the cold, grated metal of the stairs sent a loud clang into the quiet night, a sound that felt like a sacrilegious intrusion. I began to climb, my hand gripping the cool, slightly rusted railing. Each step was a metallic ring, echoing in the stillness. The world fell away below me, the ground dissolving into an undifferentiated sea of darkness. The higher I climbed, the more the tower seemed to sway, a gentle, rhythmic motion that was unnerving. I focused on the sound in my headphones, the bizarre caterwauling that was now my beacon. I ascended about 50 feet, roughly halfway to the top, to a landing that offered a clear, unobstructed acoustic path towards the sound. I braced myself against the railing, the metal grit of the floor pressing into my knees. I aimed the parabolic dish into the darkness, fine-tuning the gain on my recorder. The monkey-like shrieks were clearer now, a chilling, hysterical sound that seemed to mock the tranquility of the night. I needed it to be closer. I remembered a technique I'd read about in a field guide, a method used by birders to draw owls in for a better look. You mimic their call, challenging their territory. It's a gamble. Sometimes it works. Sometimes they ignore you. I lowered my headphones, took a deep breath, and pursed my lips, letting out a low, questioning whistle. A poor imitation of the standard hoot, but one that was universally understood in the avian world as a territorial inquiry. Silence. For a full minute, the only sound was the frantic beating of my own heart. I felt a pang of disappointment, thinking I had failed. Then, I put my headphones back on. The response that came back was not the distant chatter I had been hearing. It was a deafening, explosive shriek that erupted directly into my ears. It was so loud, so close, that I physically recoiled, crying out in shock and ripping the headphones from my head. The sound had traveled, and it had traveled fast. My foolish whistle hadn't just been heard, it had been taken as a direct challenge. And that challenge was being met. The caterwauling started again, no longer a distant curiosity, but an imminent threat. It was moving through the trees, a wave of pure, aggressive sound coming straight for the tower. I could hear the powerful beat of wings now, a heavy thump, thump, thump that was felt as much as heard. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. This was no longer a scientific observation. I had provoked a powerful, nocturnal predator on its own terms, in its own territory. My mistake was in engaging with it, in forgetting the fundamental rule that separates a field researcher from a fool. You are an observer, not a participant. Suddenly, a shape materialized from the darkness. It was huge, far larger than I had imagined, a silent, swift shadow against the faintly glowing stars. It didn't scream or shriek. It was utterly silent. It swooped towards the tower, not at me, but at the structure itself. The massive bird, with a wingspan that seemed as wide as a man, banked sharply, its wingtips clipping the metal railing with a sharp zing just inches from my face. It was a display of power, a warning shot. The sheer shock of the flyby was overwhelming. In my terror, I flinched violently, stumbling backward. My foot slipped off the narrow, grated edge of the metal step. For a heart-stopping second, my hand, slick with sweat, scrabbled against the railing, finding no purchase. There was a moment of impossible, terrifying weightlessness, a silent scream trapped in my throat. Then the world became a blur of darkness and falling, ending with a sickening, final impact that sent a bolt of white, hot agony through my entire body. I'm lying at the base of the tower now, twisted amongst the palmetto roots. The world is spinning, a nauseating vortex of pain and stars. My left leg is bent at an angle that is profoundly, horribly wrong. The bone is broken. I don't need a medical degree to know that. The pain is a living thing, a fire that consumes all thought. Above me, the night is quiet again save for one sound. From a nearby branch, a soft, gentle hooting begins. Who cooks for you? Who cooks for you? Oh. It's the classic call, the one I'd been so pleased to record earlier. But now, in the echoing silence of my agony, it sounds different. It sounds like a question. It sounds like a pronouncement. It sounds like it's laughing at me. My mistake wasn't a gap in my knowledge, but a failure in my practice. I knew the theory, but I forgot the reality. These are wild, powerful animals, and I am a fragile, foolish intruder in their world. And I am utterly, completely alone. Time ceases to have meaning when you're drowning in pain. It becomes a thick, viscous fluid. Seconds stretch into agonizing eternities. My world had shrunk to the searing, white-hot agony in my left leg and the cold, damp earth pressed against my back. The stars above, once a source of wonder, spun in a nauseating carousel. Every breath was a ragged gasp that seemed to stoke the furnace in my leg, sending fresh waves of torment through my nerves. The compound fracture was obvious, a shard of bone, a ghostly white shape in the gloom, had torn through my cargo pants and skin. The sight of it sent a fresh surge of bile and terror up my throat. And then there was the hooting. "Who cooks for you?" The sound, so academic and benign just an hour ago, was now a personal and malicious taunt. It was the owl, perched on a low, hanging branch of a live oak not 20 feet away. I could see its silhouette, a bulky, horned shape against the slightly less black sky. Its head was swiveling, those massive, forward-facing eyes fixed on me, the crumpled, broken thing at the foot of the tower. It wasn't just an animal. In my pain-addled state, it felt like a judge, a silent executioner patiently waiting. My scientific mind, the part of me that had defined my entire adult life, fought to surface through the fog of agony. Assess, analyze, survive. The mantra repeated in my head, a desperate attempt to impose order on the chaos. My cell phone. It was in my pocket. With a monumental effort that cost me a strangled cry of pain, I twisted my torso just enough to fish it out. The screen was cracked, but it lit up. One bar of service. One flickering, pathetic bar. My fingers, clumsy and trembling, fumbled to dial 911. Searching for service. The message mocked me. I tried again. Searching. Nothing. The single bar was a ghost, a mirage of connectivity in this dead zone. My pack. My main pack with the rest of my gear. First aid kit, water, a satellite phone for true emergencies, was lying where I'd left it, near the base of the tower. It was maybe 30 feet away. It might as well have been on the moon. I tried to push myself up with my elbows, intending to drag my useless body across the ground. The moment I put pressure on my hips, a grinding sensation from my broken leg sent a bolt of lightning through my system so intense that I blacked out for a second, collapsing back into the dirt with a guttural sob. I was trapped, utterly and completely. A wave of despair so profound it felt like a physical weight washed over me, heavier than the humid night air. I was going to die here. At the foot of this metal skeleton, my bones broken, my blood seeping into the rich Florida soil, the thought was so stark, so absolute, that it momentarily silenced the pain. The night, which had been my laboratory, was now my enemy. Every sound was magnified, distorted into a threat. The rustle of an armadillo in the leaf litter sounded like the approach of a predator. The deep, resonant thump of a bullfrog became a monstrous heartbeat. The wind whispering through the Spanish moss sounded like voices, like warnings. My own breathing was a loud, panicked rhythm in the suffocating quiet between the owl's hoots. The owl itself seemed to be enjoying the show. It shifted its weight on the branch, letting out a soft, chattering sound. Not the terrifying monkey call, but a low, guttural series of clicks and pops. It was communicating, but to what? Or was it to me? It felt like commentary. It felt like it was narrating my demise. I squeezed my eyes shut, wishing it would go away, wishing the world would go away. But when I opened them, the dark shape was still there, an unblinking sentinel. Then a new sound began. It was different from the familiar night chorus. It was a low, wet, snuffling sound, accompanied by the heavy tread of something large moving through the dense palmetto scrub to my left. It was not the light, cautious step of a deer. This was heavy, deliberate, and it was getting closer. My blood ran cold, a fear far more primal than my terror of the owl. My yakka is teeming with life, not all of it benign. Wild boar, with their razor-sharp tusks, roam these woods. And the swamps held older, more reptilian dangers. The smell hit me next, carried on the faint breeze. A foul, coppery scent that I knew instantly. Blood. My blood. The open wound on my leg was a beacon, an invitation ringing the dinner bell for every scavenger and predator in the park. The snuffling grew louder, more insistent. I could hear twigs snapping under a heavy weight. It was circling me, just beyond the edge of the clearing, hidden in the impenetrable darkness of the undergrowth. Panic gave way to a desperate, animalistic survival instinct. I had to do something. I had to make myself seem less like wounded prey. My voice, which had been trapped in my throat, finally broke free. "Get away," I screamed, the sound raw and pathetic. "Go on. Get out of here!" The snuffling stopped. For a moment, there was absolute silence, broken only by my own ragged breathing. Even the owl was quiet. Did it work? A sliver of hope, fragile and thin, pierced my despair. Maybe I had scared it off. The hope was annihilated by a deep, guttural grunt that came from a different direction, closer this time. It wasn't alone. There were more than one. I could hear them moving now, a coordinated rustling in the darkness, a tightening perimeter of unseen bodies. They weren't afraid of my voice. They were assessing me, their primitive brains, processing the irresistible signals of injury and helplessness. I scrabbled at the ground around me, my hands searching for a weapon. A rock, a thick branch, anything. My fingers closed around a loose stone about the size of my fist. It was a pitiful defense against whatever was out there, but it was something. I clutched it to my chest, my knuckles white. I craned my neck to look at the owl. It hadn't moved. Its head was still tilted, its gaze still fixed on me. But it seemed to me that its attention was no longer solely on me. Its head swiveled slightly, tracking the sounds in the brush. Was it watching them too? Was this some horrific theater for its amusement? The thought was insane, but in the heart of that dark, lonely night, it felt chillingly real. The owl had orchestrated my fall, and now it had summoned an audience to witness the final act. A large, dark shape finally broke through the edge of the palmetto scrub. It was low to the ground, a mass of coarse, dark hair and muscle. A wild boar. It was huge, easily over 200 pounds, its small, malevolent eyes gleaming in the faint starlight. It lowered its snout to the ground, snuffling loudly, and I could see the wicked curve of a tusk. Then, another appeared to its right, and a third, smaller one behind it. A whole sounder, drawn by the scent of my blood. They stood at the edge of the clearing, watching me testing the air. The big one took a hesitant step forward, then another, its confidence growing. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. This was it. This was how it ended. Torn apart by feral hogs in the middle of a Florida swamp. I raised the rock, my arm trembling uncontrollably. It was a useless gesture, a final act of defiance against the inevitable. I opened my mouth to scream again, but no sound came out. My gaze flickered from the approaching boar's back to the owl on the branch. It let out another soft hoot, a single, questioning note. "Who?" It seemed to ask. And in the terrifying, final clarity of that moment, I knew the answer. Me. The world narrowed to a tunnel of terror. At one end, the massive, hairy bulk of the lead boar, its tusks like curved daggers of dirty ivory. At the other, me, a broken, bleeding sack of meat. The rock in my hand felt as useless as a pebble against a tank. The boar's grunt was a death sentence. It pawed the ground, its small eyes burning with a simple, brutal intelligence that understood only hunger and opportunity. This was the end. My final moments would be a chaotic symphony of tearing flesh and snapping bone, all set to the soundtrack of a hooting owl. My gaze flickered upward one last time to my feathered tormentor on the branch. The owl was no longer still. It had shifted, leaning forward, its wings slightly unfurled as if bracing itself. Its head was locked in that eerie, swiveling motion, but it was no longer looking at me. Its entire focus, its entire being, was aimed at the sounder of boars below. Just as the lead boar lowered its head to charge, the night exploded. It was the monkey call. But this was not the distant, intriguing vocalization I had chased up the tower. This was not the warning shriek that had startled me. This was a weaponized sound, a sonic detonation of pure, unadulterated madness. The owl unleashed a torrent of frantic, hysterical shrieks and cackles that ripped through the clearing with physical force. It was a sound that didn't belong to the natural world, a sound that clawed at the sanity of any creature that heard it. It was the sound of a nightmare made real. The effect on the boars was instantaneous and absolute. Their primitive brains, wired for the familiar threats of the swamp, were utterly unprepared for the spectral horror descending from the canopy. The lead boar, mid-charge, squealed in terror and skidded to a halt, its hooves churning the dirt. The entire sounder fell into chaos. They grunted and squealed, crashing into one another, their small eyes wide with panic. They had been the predators, but in an instant, they had become the prey of something they couldn't see or comprehend. The alpha boar, its aggression now redirected by sheer terror, turned on the boar closest to it, goring it in the flank with a savage grunt. A vicious fight erupted. The clearing became a maelstrom of thrashing bodies, sharp hooves, and enraged squeals. They weren't fighting for food anymore. They were fighting out of blind, sound-induced panic. I was forgotten. A piece of debris in the middle of a hurricane. A heavy body slammed into the ground inches from my head, spraying me with dirt and the coppery scent of fresh blood. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable crushing weight or the slash of a stray tusk. The ground trembled with their violent bollet. And through it all, the owl kept up its sonic assault, a relentless barrage of insanity from the branch above. It was the conductor of this grotesque orchestra. Then, through the chaos, I saw it. One of the smaller boars, fleeing the alpha, slammed sideways into my heavy equipment pack. The pack, which had been an impossible 30 feet away, went skidding across the ground, tumbling over roots until it came to rest directly beside my outstretched right hand. The satellite phone. A new kind of energy surged through me, an adrenaline born not of fear, but of a desperate, primal will to live. The pain in my leg was a roaring fire, but the sight of that pack was a wellspring in the desert. I had to get to it. Ignoring the brutal fight still raging a few feet away, I began to crawl. It wasn't a crawl so much as a pathetic, agonizing drag. I dug the fingers of my right hand into the soil, pulling my torso forward. My broken leg, a dead and excruciating weight, scraped along the ground. The grinding of bone on bone sent flashes of white light across my vision, and I had to bite down on my own tongue to keep from screaming. Every inch was a victory paid for an agony. The sounds of the boar's combat were a terrifying backdrop to my own private battle. My fingers finally touched the rough canvas of the pack. Sobbing with effort and relief, I fumbled with the main zipper, my hands slick with blood and sweat. There it was. The satellite phone, a clunky, beautiful brick of plastic. I snatched it out, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped it. I flipped up the antenna and pressed the power button. The screen lit up with a welcoming green glow. Full signal. Of course. My fingers, clumsy and thick, stabbed at the keypad. I didn't even know who to call. 911. The park ranger's emergency line. I just dialed the first number that came to mind, the main park office, which I knew would have a 24-hour emergency dispatcher. The phone rang once. Twice. Mica River State Park. Ranger Powell speaking. The voice was calm, professional, and the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. It was a voice from the world of order, of reason, of help. Help me. I gasped, my voice a broken croak. My name is Dr. Chloe Ellison. I'm at the fire tower. I fell. My leg is broken. Mom, calm down. What's your situation? Wild boars. I sobbed, the words tumbling out. They're everywhere. The owl. I trailed off, realizing how insane I sounded. But the ranger was all business. Okay, Dr. Ellison. We have your research permit on file. We know who you are. We're dispatching a team right now. Can you see the sky? Can you give us a visual? I looked up. The fight had subsided. The boars, bleeding and exhausted, were retreating back into the darkness of the scrub, leaving behind the scent of blood and terror. The clearing was quiet again, except for one thing. The owl had stopped its shrieking. It was perched on its branch, a silent statue once more. I'm at the base of the tower. I said into the phone. Just hurry. We're on our way. Stay on the line if you can. The wait was the longest part of my life. I lay there, clutching the phone like a holy relic, the pain in my leg returning with a vengeance now that the immediate threat had passed. The night was still. The owl remained on its branch, an unreadable enigma. It had saved me. I had no doubt about that. But why? Was it a territorial display that coincidentally drove off the boars? Or was it something more? The thought was terrifying. The idea that this creature had not just acted, but intervened with a chillingly precise and effective strategy shattered the foundations of my scientific worldview. After an eternity, I heard it. The distant, rhythmic whoomp, whoomp, whoomp of a helicopter. Then, a beam of impossibly bright light cut through the canopy, sweeping across the clearing and momentarily blinding me. They had found me. The rest is a blur of professional efficiency. Paramedics in uniform, a stretcher, the prick of a needle in my arm as blessed morphine flooded my system and pulled a veil over the pain. As they loaded me into the helicopter, I looked back one last time. The fire tower was a dark skeleton against the approaching dawn. And on the branch of the old oak tree, the all was gone. I spent 2 weeks in the hospital. My leg will heal, though the doctors say I'll walk with a limp for the rest of my life. The official report lists the incident as an accident. Researcher falls from tower, sustaining injury, fends off local wildlife until rescue. It's a neat, tidy, rational explanation. But I know what really happened. I lie awake in this sterile, white room and I don't hear the hum of the hospital equipment. I hear the hooting. I hear the monkey call. A scientist who dedicated her life to observing and explaining the natural world had become an unwilling participant in a drama I couldn't comprehend. I hadn't just encountered a wild animal. I had encountered something ancient and intelligent, a force that ruled that patch of darkness. It had lured me in, punished my hubris, and then, for reasons I will never know, saved me from the very predators it seemed to have summoned. My mistake wasn't in my knowledge or my practice. My mistake was in believing that I, with all my science and technology, was anything more than a guest. I had trespassed in a place with older rules and a far more terrifying gatekeeper. And some nights, when the wind is just right, I can almost hear a question drifting through the window, a soft, echoing hoot. What cooks for you? And I shiver because I know the answer, and I know how close I came to being the meal. My name is Owen Hayes. For the better part of 3 decades, my life has been defined by frequencies, by the invisible rivers of communication that flow through our atmosphere. I am a licensed amateur radio operator, ham, as we're known, and my call sign is a part of my identity as much as my own name. It's a pursuit that demands patience, precision, and an ear tuned to the faintest of signals amidst a sea of cosmic noise. I find solace in the order of it all, in the careful calibration of an antenna, the crisp crackle of a voice from 1,000 miles away, the elegant dance of Morse code cutting through the static. It is a world I can, for the most part, control and understand. Last year, I made the single largest investment of my life, not in stocks or land in the traditional sense, but in a monument to my passion. From a state auction, I purchased a decommissioned fire lookout tower, a relic from an era when human eyes were the first line of defense against forest fires. It was sold in pieces, a skeletal giant waiting for a second life. I spent a small fortune having it transported and painstakingly reassembled on my 40-acre property here in the wilds of Hamilton County, Florida. The land itself is a stubborn, untamed piece of the deep south, a dense tapestry of longleaf pines, saw palmettos, and sprawling live oaks draped in Spanish moss. It's a place that hums with its own ancient, indecipherable frequencies. The tower is my sanctuary, my cathedral of steel and glass rising 100 feet above the forest floor. From the cabin at its peak, I can see for miles in every direction a breathtaking panorama of unrelenting green. Up there, with my radios and equipment meticulously arranged, I am the master of my own isolated kingdom. The world of men, with its chaotic chatter and endless demands, fades into a distant hum, replaced by the structured, predictable world of radio waves. It is my pride and my joy, a testament to a life spent listening. Yesterday was a day of labor, a necessary chore to protect my investment. The Florida sky was a vast, unforgiving bowl of brilliant blue, the sun a relentless hammer. The air was thick and heavy, so humid it felt like you were breathing water. Not a single leaf stirred, the world was holding its breath. My project for the day was to install a new grounding system at the base of the tower. It's a critical task. 100-foot steel structure in the middle of a flat expanse is a personal invitation to a lightning strike, and a proper ground is the only thing that stands between my expensive equipment and a multi-million-volt surge of celestial electricity. It's about safety, but for me, it's also about clarity. A good ground reduces electrical noise, ensuring my signals are as pure as possible. I was kneeling in the dirt and sand at the foot of one of the tower's massive concrete footings. The steel leg, cool in the morning, was now hot to the touch. All around me, the palmetto scrub grew thick and low, its sharp, edged fronds a miniature, impenetrable jungle. I was focused, my mind narrowed to the task at hand, running heavy, gauge copper wire, clamping it securely, ensuring every connection was perfect. It was meticulous, satisfying work, and that's when I first heard it. It was a sound so faint, so insignificant, that my brain almost dismissed it before it fully registered. A buzz. A dry, delicate, high-frequency vibration like an insect trapped in a spider web. It was intermittent, lasting only a second or two before vanishing into the oppressive silence of the afternoon. I paused, my hands hovering over a spool of wire. I scanned the air around my head, a horsefly, perhaps, or one of the big, clumsy carpenter bees that droned around the wooden crossbeams. I shrugged it off. In a place this teeming with life, strange sounds were the norm. I went back to my work, my focus returning to the satisfying scrape of metal on metal as I tightened a clamp. A few minutes later, it came again. Buzz-zust. This time, it seemed closer, just to my left. It had a peculiar quality, a thinness that didn't quite match the robust buzz of a bee or the angry whine of a horsefly. It was more mechanical. My mind, conditioned by years of troubleshooting, immediately went to my equipment. I had a portable signal generator on the ground nearby, powered by a battery pack, a loose connection, a faulty capacitor whining under the heat. I leaned over and tapped the casing of the device. The sound stopped. Satisfied with my diagnosis, I made a mental note to check the generator's internals later and return to the grounding wire. The world was full of noise. My job was to filter out the irrelevant and focus on the signal. The work was engrossing. The heat, the sweat dripping into my eyes, the physical strain of the labor, it all served to insulate me further from my surroundings, cocooning me in a bubble of concentration. I was in my element, taming the chaotic forces of nature and electricity, imposing order. The tower loomed over me, a silent, watchful guardian. The buzzing returned. Bees, 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 buzz. It was no longer intermittent. It was a steady, if faint presence. And it wasn't coming from my equipment. I had moved 20 feet away to work on the next grounding rod, and the sound had followed me. It seemed to emanate from the dense, shadowy scrub of palmetto bushes right beside me. I stopped everything, the wrench hanging loosely in my hand. I stood up slowly, my ears straining. The sound was so subtle it was like trying to hear a whisper in a quiet room. It was the sound of a clockwork mechanism made of dried leaves. It was the sound of something small, patient, and very, very close. I peered into the tangled mess of green and brown, my eyes struggling to adjust from the bright sunlight. I saw nothing but shadows and the wicked, looking spines of the palmetto fronds. The sound was there, a constant, low, level vibration that seemed to soak into the ground itself. I took a cautious step back. A cicada, maybe. Some of them produced a similar sound, a high-pitched drone that could last for minutes on end. But this felt different. It lacked the melodic, pulsating quality of a cicada's song. This was a flat, sterile warning sound. My mistake, the one that would come to define the next few hours of my life, was one of arrogance. I was Owen Hayes, the master of this domain. I was the one who listened to the world, who decoded its secrets. I was a man of science and logic, not primal fear. This sound was a puzzle, an anomaly in my well, ordered environment, but it was not a threat. It was simply another piece of noise to be identified and dismissed. I convinced myself it was a strange beetle, or perhaps the heat playing tricks on my ears. Annoyed by the distraction, I made a conscious decision to tune it out, to push it to the periphery of my awareness. I had a job to finish, and the sun was still high and hot. I knelt back down, turning my back on the whispering scrub, and reached for the tools I had laid on the ground. I was so focused on my own signals, on the world I transmitted and received, that I failed to comprehend the one that truly mattered. The tiny, deadly signal coming from the earth itself. The world narrowed to the task in front of me. The heat, the drone of insects, the faint, persistent buzzing from the palmetto scrub. I pushed it all away, relegating it to the background noise of the universe. My universe was here, in the dirt with the copper wire and the steel wrench. I had laid a crescent shaped 90 16-inch wrench on the sandy ground just moments before, placing it within easy reach. Now, I needed it to tighten the final clamp on the grounding rod. My focus was absolute. My hand moved with the unthinking confidence of long practice, sweeping down and across the ground toward the cool, familiar shape of the tool. My fingers were inches from the metal when the world exploded. It wasn't a sound, it was a feeling. A sensation so sharp, so alien, it bypassed thought and went straight to the primal core of my brain. It was a violent, percussive sting on the fleshy part of the back of my right hand, between the thumb and index finger. It felt like being stabbed with a needle full of molten metal. A jolt, electric and venomous, shot up my arm. I cried out a strangled, involuntary sound and jerked my hand back as if it had touched a live power line carrying thousands of volts. My mind, for a split second, was a complete blank. It couldn't process the input.
Wasp. Scorpion.
A shard of glass. I stared at my hand, turning it over. Two tiny, almost invisible pinpricks were already welling up with beads of dark blood. And as I stared, the space between them began to burn with an intensity that was terrifying. That's when I finally saw it. My sudden movement had rustled the palmetto fronds, and for a heartbeat, a space had opened in the dense scrub. Coiled there, less than 2 feet from where my hand had been, was the source of the buzzing. It was a snake, but not like the large, dramatic diamondbacks or the sleek black racers I was used to seeing. This was a small, almost pitiful-looking thing. It was stout-bodied, no longer than 1.5 feet, and its color was a perfect camouflage of dusty gray and brown, marked with a chain of dark, rectangular blotches. Its head was a distinct, spade-shaped wedge, and its eyes were cold, vertical slits of reptilian fury. The rattle, the source of the sound I had so foolishly dismissed, was absurdly small, a tiny, slender button on the tip of its tail that was vibrating with an almost invisible speed. A pygmy rattlesnake. A ground rattler. All of this registered in the fraction of a second it takes for instinct to scream louder than logic. My body was already recoiling, scrambling backward through the sand and dirt, but I was clumsy, tangled in my own feet. The snake, its territory violated and its warnings ignored, did not retreat. It struck again. It moved with a speed that seemed to defy physics, a blur of gray and brown. This time, there was no surprise, only a horrifying, slow-motion inevitability. I saw the fangs, tiny and sharp as hypodermic needles, as they sank into the flesh of my forearm, just below the elbow. The second impact was even worse than the first. It was a deeper, more profound violation. I felt the venom, a liquid fire, pump into my muscle tissue. I bellowed this time, a full-throated roar of pain and terror, and threw myself backward with all my strength, landing hard on my back. The snake, its work done, vanished. It didn't slither away. It simply dissolved back into the pattern of shadows and scrub, becoming one with the landscape. The faint, mechanical buzzing ceased. The silence it left behind was more terrifying than the sound itself. For a moment, I just lay there, gasping, the hot sun beating down on my face. My heart was hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. This isn't real. This didn't happen. But the pain, my God, the pain was undeniable. It was a living thing, an entity that had taken up residence in my arm. It started as a localized, searing burn at the 2 bite sites, but it was already spreading. It was a crawling, advancing fire, moving up the nerve endings in my hand and forearm. I sat up, cradling my arm. The two sets of puncture wounds were weeping a thin, pinkish fluid, and the swelling had begun. It was unnatural, the speed of it. My hand, a capable, familiar tool I had known my entire life, was transforming before my eyes. It was puffing up, the skin stretching taut and shiny, erasing the lines and contours of my knuckles. It looked less like a part of my body and more like an inflated rubber glove. The swelling was moving up my arm, a visible tide of trauma. My watch, which had been loose on my wrist, was now a constricting band of steel. I fumbled with the clasp with my left hand, my fingers clumsy with panic, and tore it off, throwing it into the dirt. A wave of nausea and dizziness washed over me. My vision shimmered at the edges, the crisp green of the pines blurring into a watercolor wash. The world of frequencies and signals, my world of order and control, had collapsed into a single, overwhelming broadcast of pure agony. The arrogance I had felt just minutes before was a distant, laughable memory. I was not the master of this domain. I was a trespasser who had ignored the local customs and was now paying the price. They say the bite of a pygmy rattler is rarely fatal. That's what the books say. But 2 bites, 2 direct and venomed strikes, and I was miles from anywhere, alone at the base of my silent steel monument. Panic, cold and sharp, cut through the fog of pain. Hospital. I have to get to a hospital. The thought was a lifeline. I staggered to my feet, my arm held tight against my chest. The pain was no longer just a burn. It was a deep, throbbing ache that seemed to have settled into the bones themselves. Every pulse of my heart was a fresh wave of torment, a hammer blow driving the venom deeper into my system. My truck was parked nearly a quarter of a mile away, up the winding dirt track that led from my gate to the tower. A quarter of a mile. It might as well have been 100. Every step was a monumental effort. The ground seemed to tilt and sway beneath my feet. The oppressive heat of the afternoon was now a physical enemy, pressing in on me, stealing the air from my lungs. The familiar landscape of my own property had become a hostile, alien territory. The shadows of the pines looked like grasping claws. The rustle of a lizard in the undergrowth sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me, making me spin around, my heart seizing with the fear of another strike. By the time I reached the truck, I was drenched in a cold sweat, my breathing coming in ragged, shallow gasps. My right arm was a monstrous, grotesque thing, swollen to nearly twice its normal size from my fingertips to my shoulder. It was a deep, mottled purple, and the pain had taken on a new dimension. It was a crushing, constricting pressure, as if my arm were caught in a vise that was being tightened with every beat of my heart. The keys were in my right pocket. The irony was so cruel it was almost funny. I fumbled for them with my left hand, my coordination shot. They slipped through my sweaty fingers, falling to the ground. I stared at them glinting in the sand. Bending over sent a rush of blood to my head that made the world go black for a second. I dropped to my knees, groping blindly until my fingers closed around them. Getting into the truck was a clumsy, agonizing ordeal. I slammed the door shut, sealing myself in the oven, like Cap. The air was suffocating. I jammed the key into the ignition with my left hand, my right arm now completely useless. A club of burning meat hanging at my side. The engine turned over, the roar of the V8 a comforting, familiar sound in a world that had become a nightmare. I'm in my truck now. I have to drive, but my vision is swimming in and out of focus. The steering wheel seems to ripple and warp. The pain is a constant, screaming signal, drowning out everything else. I was so proud of my ability to tune out the noise of the world. I was so focused on my own signals that I missed the one that mattered most. And now, that tiny, deadly buzz was the only thing I could hear. The roar of the truck's engine was a hollow thunder in the suffocating cab, a sound that seemed to come from a great distance. My world had shrunk to a pinpoint of agonizing clarity, surrounded by a swirling vortex of confusion. There was only one objective drive. My left hand, slick with sweat, gripped the steering wheel. My right arm was a dead weight, a monstrous, throbbing appendage of purple, and black that lay uselessly across the passenger seat. I couldn't even bear to look at it. The sight of it, of what my own body had become, threatened to shatter the fragile grip I had on my sanity. I shifted the truck into drive with a clumsy, jerking motion. The vehicle lurched forward. The dirt track that I knew so well, that I had driven up and down 1,000 times, was now a treacherous, alien landscape. The ruts and bumps I used to navigate without a thought were now seismic shocks that sent lightning bolts of pure, unadulterated pain shooting from my arm through my entire body. Each jolt was accompanied by a wave of intense nausea that made my stomach clench and my head spin. The world outside the windshield seemed to breathe, to warp and pulse in time with the throbbing in my arm. The tall pines on either side of the track leaned in, their shadows like skeletal fingers reaching for me. My mind, once a place of order and logic, was becoming a chaotic storm of conflicting signals. Snippets of thought would flare up and die out. Keep your hand elevated. No, that's for a different kind of bite. Don't use a tourniquet. Or should I? Fragments of first aid knowledge I'd gleaned over the years collided and broke apart, useless static in the face of the overwhelming broadcast of pain. The venom was not just a physical poison, it was a poison for the mind. It was dismantling my ability to think, replacing reason with a primal, animal fear. A metallic taste, coppery and foul, filled my mouth. A cold sweat had broken out all over my body, yet I was shivering, my teeth chattering despite the stifling heat inside the truck. The shivering was uncontrollable, a violent tremor that started in my core and shook my entire frame. It made steering with one hand almost impossible. The truck swerved wildly, its tires catching the soft sand at the edge of the track. For a terrifying moment, I thought I was going to crash into a tree. I wrenched the wheel back, my muscles screaming in protest, and managed to get the truck back onto the path. The effort left me breathless, my heart hammering against my ribs. The quarter mile to my front gate felt like an eternity. When I finally reached it, another, simpler obstacle presented itself as an insurmountable challenge. The gate was closed, secured by a heavy chain and a padlock. A task that normally took seconds now seemed impossible. I let the truck idle, the engines rumble a low growl of impatience. I had to get out, walk to the gate, unlock it with my left hand, swing it open, get back in, and drive through. It was a sequence of simple actions that my addled brain struggled to assemble. Leaning my full weight on the door, I stumbled out of the cab. The moment my feet hit the ground, my legs buckled. The world tilted violently, and I fell to my knees in the hot sand. The pain in my arm flared, white hot and blinding. I stayed there for a long moment, my head hanging, drool and sweat dripping into the dirt. Get up, Owen. Get up. The voice in my head was faint, a distant signal from a life I no longer recognized. With a groan that was half despair, half determination, I pushed myself up, using the side of the truck for support, and staggered toward the gate. My left hand was shaking so badly I could barely fit the key into the padlock. It took 3 tries, my fumbling fingers feeling like clumsy, foreign objects. The lock finally sprang open. The heavy chain felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. Pushing the wide metal gate open was a Herculean effort that left me gasping, black spots dancing in my vision. I stumbled back to the truck, hauled myself into the driver's seat, and drove through the opening, not even bothering to close the gate behind me. I was on the county road now, pavement, civilization, but the hospital was still 20 miles away. The symptoms were escalating, changing. The intense, burning pain was now accompanied by a terrifying numbness. My fingers, swollen into unrecognizable sausages, had lost all feeling. The numbness was creeping past my wrist, a dead tide rising up my arm. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that this was the venom at work, systematically destroying my tissues. The hemotoxin was rupturing my blood cells, the neurotoxin beginning its assault on my nervous system. My vision was getting worse. The world was a blurry, double-imaged mess. The straight, empty country road seemed to twist and curve in front of me. I was driving by memory as much as by sight, keeping the truck between the wavering lines of trees. A strange thought surfaced, a bit of radio trivia bubbling up from the depths of my delirious mind. I thought about signal propagation, about how a signal weakens over distance, degrading into noise. My own life's signal felt weak, fading. The pain, the fear, the venom. It was all noise, overwhelming the carrier wave of my consciousness. I was losing myself. I started talking to myself, my voice a hoarse croak in the silent cab. Stay awake, Owen. Just stay awake. 10 more miles. 5 more miles. I slapped my own face with my left hand, to sting a brief, sharp anchor in the swirling chaos. I turned the radio on, blasting it, filling the cab with the loud, cheerful noise of a country music station. It was just more static, but it was human static, a reminder of a world that still existed outside of my personal hell. Then came the hallucinations. A flicker of movement on the passenger seat. I glanced over, and for a heart-stopping second, I saw the snake. It was coiled there, its spade, shaped head raised, its vertical slit eyes watching me, its tiny rattle buzzing, a sound that was now louder than the truck's engine, louder than the radio. I screamed and swerved, the truck careening onto the shoulder. I slammed on the brakes, throwing myself forward against the steering wheel. I blinked, and it was gone. It was just my arm, my grotesque, swollen arm, lying on the seat. But the buzzing remained, a phantom frequency inside my own skull. I don't know how I drove the last few miles. It was pure, unthinking survival instinct. My body was on autopilot, a machine running on its last reserves of adrenaline and fear. I remember seeing the sign for the town of Jasper. I remember the first few houses, the streetlights, and then the blue and white sign with the letter H. The hospital. I pulled into the emergency entrance, my tires screeching as I misjudged a turn and hit the curb. I didn't even put the truck in park. I just killed the engine, fumbled with the door handle, and fell out onto the pavement of the ambulance bay. I lay there, the hot asphalt against my cheek. I could hear shouting, the sound of running feet. A face appeared above me, framed by the bright blue sky. A woman's voice, calm and professional, cutting through the noise. Sir, can you hear me? What happened? I tried to answer. I tried to tell her about the tower, the grounding wires, the mistake I had made. I tried to explain how I, a man who built his life on listening, had failed to hear the most important signal of all. But no words came out. My mouth worked, but the only sound that escaped was a low, guttural moan. My signal was gone. There was only noise now. The last thing I remember before the world faded entirely to black was the sound, faint but clear inside my head, of a tiny, mechanical, and triumphant buzz. My name is Grace Holloway, and for the past 4 years, I have been the creator, producer, and lead investigator for the web series, ECTA, Explorers. It is a title I hold with a mixture of pride and a self-awareness of its niche appeal. We are not one of those slick, high-budget paranormal shows that dominate cable television with their dramatic reenactments and celebrity mediums. Our operation is, to put it charitably, modest. It consists of myself, my co-host and technical analyst, Ben Carter, and a collection of second-hand equipment held together by duct tape, hope, and Ben's surprising talent for soldering. Our mission statement, as declared in the opening sequence of every episode, is to seek out the truth behind the legends, to document the inexplicable, and to approach the supernatural with a healthy dose of scientific skepticism. In reality, that skepticism was mostly Ben's department. I was the believer. From a young age, I'd been fascinated by the unseen world, the stories whispered around campfires, the histories that stain a place long after the people are gone. For me, every abandoned hospital and forgotten cemetery held a certain kind of magic, a potential connection to something beyond the veil of our mundane reality. Ben, on the other hand, was a man of logic and frequencies. He believed in faulty wiring, atmospheric interference, and the power of suggestion. He was the perfect foil, the grounding force to my often untethered enthusiasm. Our dynamic, the believer and the skeptic, was the heart of our show, and I suspect the reason for our small but fiercely loyal online following. We had investigated dozens of locations, from haunted inns to Civil War battlefields. We'd captured a few compelling EVPs, electronic voice phenomena, and some anomalous light phenomena, but the smoking gun, the undeniable proof of paranormal activity, had always remained just out of reach. I craved it. I needed it, not just for the show, but for myself. I needed to prove that the feeling I got in these places, the static on my skin, the sense of being watched, was more than just my own imagination running wild. This insatiable hunger for validation is what brought us to the Rick Loam Wildlife Management Area in Central Florida, and more specifically to its decaying centerpiece, the Rick Loam Fire Tower. The place was a paranormal investigator's dream, steeped in a unique and unsettling blend of folklore and documented history. Locally, it was known as a nexus of strange occurrences. People reported seeing spectral figures in the woods, hearing disembodied voices on the wind, and feeling an overwhelming sense of dread that would cling to them for days after a visit. But it was the tower's official history that gave these tales a chilling credibility. Built in the 1930s, it served its primary purpose as a fire lookout for decades. However, during World War II, it was co-opted for a more sinister task, monitoring secret mustard gas tests conducted by the U.S. Army in the surrounding swampland. The thought of it was horrifying. Thousands of acres of pristine wilderness, a sanctuary for wildlife, had been deliberately poisoned with one of mankind's most grotesque creations. The stories claimed that the land itself was scarred, not just by the chemicals, but by the pain and fear associated with them. Some even whispered that the ghosts weren't of people, but of the countless animals that had suffered and died in agony. It was a heavy, potent narrative, and I was convinced the tower was the epicenter of that residual energy. The drive-in was an experience in itself. The moment we turned off the paved highway onto the Limerock Road, civilization seemed to fall away, like a shed skin. The temperature and humidity climbed in tandem, the air growing thick and soupy, tasting of wet earth and decay. Towering cypress and pine trees formed a dense canopy overhead, plunging the road into a perpetual twilight. Spanish moss hung from the branches in ghostly, skeletal drapes swaying gently in a breeze we couldn't feel. Ben was quiet, his knuckles white on the steering wheel of his Beat, a pickup truck. "You feel that, right?" I asked, unable to contain my excitement. I had my handheld EMF meter on the dashboard, and the needle was giving the occasional lazy twitch. "I feel the potholes," Ben grumbled, skillfully navigating a particularly nasty one, and the distinct possibility of getting a flat tire 20 miles from the nearest cell signal. "That's the dread I'm feeling, Grace." I just smiled. "You'll see, Ben, this place is different. It's special." When we finally arrived, the tower was even more imposing than in the photographs. It was a skeletal finger of rusted steel, clawing at the bruised purple sky of late afternoon. It rose from a clearing of overgrown scrub, a man-made scar on the landscape. A chain link fence, topped with barbed wire, surrounded its base, but a large section had been peeled back, an open invitation for vandals and explorers like us. The air was unnervingly still. The usual chorus of birds and insects was muted, replaced by a low, almost sub-audible hum that seemed to vibrate in my teeth. It was the kind of silence that feels like a held breath. "Okay," Ben said, killing the engine. The sudden quiet was deafening. "Let's get the gear set up before we lose the light completely. I want baseline readings from multiple points around the perimeter." He went about his work with a practiced, methodical calm that I always admired. He set up the stationary IR cameras, positioned the parabolic microphone towards the densest part of the woods, and calibrated the digital voice recorders. I, meanwhile, did my own initial sweep. With my KA meter in one hand and a digital camera in the other, I walked the perimeter of the fence, speaking into the oppressive quiet. "My name is Grace," I said, my voice sounding small and thin. "We're here with respect. We want to hear your story. If there's anyone here connected to this tower, can you give us a sign? Can you make a sound or touch one of our devices?" For the first hour, there was nothing. The sun dipped below the tree line, and the world dissolved into shades of gray and black. The oppressive heat of the day gave way to a clammy chill. Ben was getting restless, swatting at mosquitoes and muttering about false positives from the tower's metal structure. I, however, was feeling it. The energy was building, like the pressure before a thunderstorm. The hair on my arms stood on end. Then it happened. "Grace, get over here." Ben's voice was a sharp hiss over the walkie-talkie. I hurried back to our makeshift base camp near the truck. He was staring at the laptop, which was connected to our primary EMF meter near the base of the tower. The graph on the screen, which had been flatlining, was now showing a series of distinct, rhythmic spikes. "It's not random interference?" he said, his voice a mixture of confusion and excitement. "Look at the pattern. It's almost intentional." My heart hammered against my ribs. "Ask a question," I whispered, my eyes glued to the screen. Ben leaned towards the walkie-talkie's microphone. "Is there someone with us? If so, can you make that device spike again?" We waited, holding our breath. For a few seconds, the line on the graph remained flat. Then, impossibly, it jagged upwards in a single, violent spike before falling back to zero. A wide grin spread across my face. "Oh my God, Ben, this is it. This is intelligent communication. It's an anomaly," he countered, but his voice lacked its usual conviction. "Could be a power surge from the battery pack." He was cut off by a sound. It wasn't a whisper on a recorder or a spike on a graph. It was a real, physical sound that ripped through the night air and seemed to vibrate deep within my bones. It came from the dense, tangled scrub just beyond the fence, maybe 50 feet from where we stood. It was a low, guttural growl full of menace and warning. It was a sound that evolution had hardwired into the human psyche to mean one thing: predator. The growl was followed a second later by a sharp, reptilian hiss that made the skin on my scalp crawl. Ben froze, his face pale in the glow of the laptop screen. He grabbed my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. What was that? But I wasn't scared. I was electrified. My mind, already primed for the paranormal, instantly sorted the sound into a familiar category. It wasn't an animal. It was something else. "This is it," I whispered, my voice trembling with adrenaline. I fumbled for my main full-spectrum camera, the pride of our collection. Classic signs of an inhuman presence. A demonic or elemental entity. They often manifest with animalistic sounds to intimidate. Inhuman. Ben stammered, taking a step back towards the truck. "Grace, that sounded like a very, very big dog. Or a bear. We need to get in the truck." "Now." "No!" I pulled my arm free. "Don't you see? It's responding to us. It's warning us away because it knows we can detect it. We have to push forward. This is going to be our best episode yet." Ignoring Ben's frantic protests, I switched on the camera's main light, which cut a brilliant white tunnel into the darkness. I pointed it directly at the spot where the growl had originated and started walking. The growling intensified deeper now, resonating in my chest. I could feel the vibration through the soles of my boots. Every rational instinct I possessed was screaming at me to stop, to listen to Ben, to get back in the truck and lock the doors. But those instincts were drowned out by the roar of my own ambition. I was so determined to find a ghost, so blinded by the promise of finally capturing the proof I'd chased for years, that I ignored all the evidence of what was truly there, waiting in the shadows. Each step I took towards the darkness felt like breaking through a physical barrier. The air grew colder, heavier, and the low, resonant growl was no longer just a sound. It was a pressure against my eardrums, a physical force pushing back. The beam from my full-spectrum camera sliced through the night, illuminating a chaotic tangle of palmetto scrub, twisted vines, and the gnarled trunks of cypress trees. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig under my boots, was amplified in the suffocating silence between the growls. "Grace, for God's sake, stop." Ben's voice crackled over the walkie-talkie clip to my belt. It was strained, high-pitched with a terror that was so palpable it should have infected me.
This is not a ghost. That's a real sound. Get back to the truck.
His words were just noise, static interfering with the pure, beautiful signal I was receiving. My confirmation bias was a thick, soundproof wall around my logic. In my mind, I was already editing the episode. I could see the title card, The Demon of Rick Loam. I could hear the dramatic music swelling as I, the fearless investigator, pushed past the warnings of my timid partner, venturing into the heart of the haunting. This was the footage that would make our careers. This would validate every late night, every dollar spent, every moment of doubt. It's classic demonic behavior, Ben. I transmitted back, my voice a low, steady murmur I hoped sounded professional and calm, belying the frantic drumming of my own heart. It's trying to scare us off. It's a territorial display. I have to get a visual. I pushed through a final curtain of sharp, edged palmetto leaves, scratching my arms, and stepped into a small, natural clearing. The ground here was softer, covered in a mat of dead leaves and pine needles. The rusted base of the fire tower loomed to my right, a silent, skeletal witness. The growling was louder here, a constant, vibrating threat that seemed to emanate from a dense thicket directly in front of me. The beam of my light bored into it, but the shadows were deep, clinging to the vegetation like black ink. My equipment was going haywire. The K-Kim meter in my pocket was flashing wildly through all the colors, from green to a solid, screaming red. The audio feed in my earpiece was a cacophony of static and what sounded like a low, distorted whisper, a classic sign of a strong entity trying to manifest a voice. Everything was a textbook case. Every piece of data confirmed my theory. I was so busy looking at my instruments, so focused on documenting the paranormal evidence, that I almost missed the moment the evidence became terrifyingly real. It wasn't a sudden materialization. It didn't shimmer into existence like a special effect. It was far more subtle and far more frightening. A patch of shadow, deeper than the others, detached itself from the background. It resolved into a shape, a form of fluid, coiled muscle and midnight fur. The light from my camera caught 2 points of incandescence within the shadow. They weren't orbs, they were eyes, and they were reflecting my own light back at me with a cold, predatory intelligence. My breath caught in my throat. My forward momentum ceased. The triumphant narrative I had been constructing in my head stuttered and died. The thing that had stepped out of the scrub was not a specter. It was not a demon. It was a Florida panther, and it was massive. I had seen pictures, of course. Documentaries had described them as elusive, ghost, like cats, rarely seen by humans. The reality was something else entirely. This creature was bigger, more powerful than I could have ever conceived. It stood low to the ground, its body a symphony of corded muscle visible even beneath its sleek, tawny brown coat. Its head was broad, its ears laid flat against its skull. Its long, thick tail twitched almost imperceptibly, the only sign of its agitation besides the sound that was now pouring from its chest. The growl wasn't a supernatural warning. It was the very real, very primal language of a cornered predator. The hisses were the sound of air being forced from powerful lungs, a final, desperate command to retreat. The world reoriented itself with a sickening lurch. My carefully constructed paranormal reality shattered into a million pieces, replaced by a brutal, biological truth. The spikes on the EMF meter. Not a spirit communicating, but a highly agitated animal emitting a electric field, a phenomenon Ben had tried to explain to me a dozen times. The whispers in my ear, static from the walkie-talkie, my own brain trying to find patterns in the noise. The oppressive feeling, the sense of being watched. It wasn't the lingering trauma of mustard gas victims. It was the unwavering gaze of a territorial apex predator whose space we had just invaded. We hadn't stumbled upon a haunting, we had stumbled upon its den. Or, as a dark shape on the ground behind it suggested, a fresh kill it was protecting. My blood ran cold. The adrenaline of the ghost hunt was instantly replaced by the icy, paralyzing venom of pure fear. I was no longer an explorer. I was prey. Ben, I whispered into the walkie-talkie, my voice unrecognizable, a dry, cracking thing. Ben, you were right. It's a panther. It's a panther. I started to back away, trying to remember what the wildlife safety pamphlets said. Don't run. Don't turn your back. Make yourself look bigger. My mind was a blank slate, wiped clean by terror. My limbs felt heavy, disconnected from my brain. The camera, my instrument of validation, now felt like a useless 30-pound weight in my hands.
I know.
Ben's voice was a frantic shout.
I can see it on the IR camera! Grace, back away slowly! Don't make any sudden moves!
Just come back to the truck! But it was too late. We had pushed too far, ignored too many warnings. My bright, invasive light was a challenge. Our wearing, beeping equipment was a threat. My stubborn, arrogant advance was an act of aggression. The panther took one more step forward, lowering its head. The growling stopped, and for a heart-stopping second, there was silence. Then it let out a sound that was nothing like a growl or a hiss. It was a sound that belonged in a nightmare, a sound that bypassed the ears and sank directly into the soul. It was a half scream, a shriek of pure, unadulterated rage and fear that promised violence. It was the sound of a mother protecting her young. That's when Ben ran. I don't blame him. His fight, or flight response, chose flight. He turned and sprinted for the relative safety of the pickup truck, his feet pounding on the hard-packed earth. It was the worst possible thing he could have done. The sudden movement, the sound of retreat, it triggered the panther's predatory instinct. But the panther didn't chase him. Its glowing green eyes remained locked on me. I was the one who had approached. I was the one holding the bright, offending light. I was the primary threat. I stood frozen, a statue carved from ice. My camera was still recording the red light a mocking, cyclopean eye. My entire life as an investigator, my relentless pursuit of the unknown, had led me to this single, clarifying moment of absolute stupidity. The most frightening thing in the wilderness isn't a memory or a ghost. It's not an echo of past pain. It's the raw, untamable, and ferociously protective power of nature itself. It's a mother who believes her children are in danger. My last conscious thought before the world exploded into a blur of claws and teeth was not of the paranormal, or of the show, or even of my own life flashing before my eyes. It was a simple, devastatingly clear thought that echoed in the sudden, silent void of my mind. How could I have been so wrong? Time ceases to exist in a moment like that. There is only a series of disjointed, hyper-vivid sensory impressions. The world didn't explode into a blur of claws and teeth. It collapsed into a single point of impact. There was the astonishing weight of the creature as it struck me, knocking me off my feet, as if I were a child's toy. The heavy, musky scent of wild animal and fresh blood filled my nostrils, thick and nauseating. The camera, my precious instrument of proof, flew from my grasp, landing with a sickening crunch somewhere in the leaf litter. I hit the ground hard, the air driven from my lungs in a silent scream. The panther was on top of me, a suffocating blanket of muscle and fur. I felt a searing, white-hot pain shoot up my left arm as its claws, designed to rip through hide and sinew, tore through my jacket and flesh as if they were wet paper. Another flash of agony erupted in my shoulder as its jaws closed, not with the clean bite of a killing machine, but with a crushing, mauling pressure that I felt deep in my bones. It wasn't trying to eat me. It was trying to neutralize me, to eliminate the threat I represented with brutal efficiency. The guttural, furious snarls were deafening, vibrating through my skull. I saw nothing but a whirlwind of dark fur and the glint of its eyes, no longer green with reflected light, but black with primal rage. I was utterly helpless, pinned beneath a force of nature I had foolishly mistaken for a phantom. The irony was a bitter taste in my mouth, more potent than the dirt and blood. I had spent years searching for a ghost to touch me, to leave a mark, and now a very real creature was tearing me apart. Through the fog of pain and terror, a new sound penetrated my consciousness. A frantic, blaring horn, followed by the roar of a truck engine and the sudden, blinding glare of high beams flooding the clearing. Ben. He hadn't just run to the truck to save himself. He had run to get a weapon. The panther's head shot up, its attention diverted by the sudden assault of light and noise. It released my shoulder, shaking its massive head as if to clear it. The horn blared again, a sustained, desperate cry in the wilderness. The creature let out one last explosive hiss, a sound of frustrated fury, and then it was gone. It didn't retreat, it vanished. Melting back into the shadows, it had emerged from with a speed and silence that seemed truly supernatural. For a moment, there was only the sound of the truck's engine, the incessant horn, and my own ragged, painful gasps for air. Then the horn stopped. I heard the truck door slam and Ben's footsteps pounding towards me.
Grace! Oh my God. Grace!
His voice was shredded with panic. He knelt beside me, his hands hovering over me, afraid to touch. Don't move. Just don't move. I'm calling 911. I tried to say his name, but only a wet, gurgling sound came out. I looked down at my arm. In the stark white light from the truck, it was a ruin. My jacket was shredded, soaked in a shade of red so dark it was almost black. The pain, which had been a blinding, all-encompassing nova, was now beginning to sharpen, to focus on the specific points of devastation. My shoulder, my arm, my leg where a stray claw had raked across it. The rest of the night is a fractured mosaic of memory, viewed through a haze of shock and morphine. I remember Ben's face, pale and tear-streaked as he put handfuls of gauze from the first aid kit against my arm, his voice a constant, soothing murmur that cut through the pain. I remember the distant wail of sirens, a sound that had never seemed so beautiful. I remember the paramedics, their calm, professional voices, the questions I couldn't answer, the careful way they loaded me onto a stretcher. I remember looking up at the Rick Loam fire tower one last time as they carried me away. It stood silhouetted against a sky, now filled with stars, a cold and indifferent monument to my own hubris. There were no ghosts there. There was no lingering psychic energy from wartime atrocities. There was only a wild place, governed by ancient, unforgiving laws that I had arrogantly ignored. My hospital stay was long and humbling. It involved multiple surgeries to repair the shredded muscles and tendons in my arm and shoulder, and a constant, rotating cocktail of antibiotics to fight off the infections that are an inevitable consequence of a wild animal's bite. Ben was there every day. He was quiet, his usual skeptical wit replaced by a somber, protective presence. We didn't talk about what happened, not at first. There was no need. The truth of it lay between us, unspoken and undeniable. The local news picked up the story. Paranormal investigators attacked by Florida panther. They painted me as a tragic victim, a dedicated researcher who had a brush with death. They didn't know the truth. They didn't know that I wasn't a victim of the panther, I was the aggressor. My foolishness had created the confrontation. The panther was the true victim, a mother driven to violence by an intruder who wouldn't heed her warnings. About a week into my recovery, Ben brought in his laptop. The equipment from the site was recovered by the park rangers, he said softly. The full spectrum camera was destroyed, but the memory card was intact. He didn't ask if I wanted to see it. He just knew he had to show me. He turned the laptop towards me and pressed play. The footage was chaotic, nauseating to watch from my own point of view. The jerky walk towards the clearing, the wild flashing of the K, a meter, my own steady, arrogant voice dismissing Ben's warnings. And then the moment the panther appeared. On screen, it looked even larger, more formidable. I watched myself freeze. A deer in the headlights of my own making. I saw Ben's desperate sprint for the truck. And I saw the attack. It was a brutal, swift explosion of violence that was over in seconds. The footage was everything I had ever wanted. It was dramatic. It was terrifying. It was undeniable proof of something powerful and dangerous in the wilderness. It would have been the greatest episode of Ecta Explorers we ever made. I told Ben to delete it. All of it, I said, my voice hoarse. And the backups. I don't want anyone to ever see it. He looked at me, his eyes searching mine, and then he nodded slowly. Okay, Grace? Ecta Explorers is over. I can't go back to chasing shadows, not after looking into the eyes of a real monster. The scars on my arm and shoulder are a permanent reminder of my folly. They are a map of my stupidity, a testament to the dangers of believing what you want to believe, instead of what is right in front of you. The most frightening thing in the world isn't a disembodied voice in the static or a fleeting shape in a dark hallway. It's not a ghost or a demon. It's the raw, unforgiving, and beautiful power of the natural world. It's the protective instinct of a mother. And it's the chilling realization that sometimes the most terrifying monster you can encounter is the one staring back at you from the mirror, the one so blinded by their own desires that they walk willingly into the dark, ignoring the grolls that are trying to save them from themselves. My name is Noah Carter, and if you're reading this, it's because the events I'm about to describe have become something of a cautionary tale within the Park Service. But before it was a story told to scare trainees straight, it was just my life, and it was a life I had chosen with intention. I wasn't one of those kids who grew up in the wilderness, learning to track animals and read the clouds. I was a product of Miami's concrete sprawl, a city of relentless noise and shimmering heat haze. For me, the Everglades wasn't a backyard, it was an escape, a vast, primordial world that existed just beyond the edge of my own. It was a place where the modern world's rules seemed to dissolve into the humid air, replaced by something older and far more fundamental. That fascination led me to a degree in environmental science and, eventually, to the highly competitive park ranger trainee program. The training was exhaustive, a mix of grueling physical tests and dense academic coursework. We learned botany, hydrology, and the complex history of the glades. We spent weeks in classrooms studying binders thick with protocols for everything from venomous snakebites to hurricane evacuations. And, of course, we covered wildlife encounters. We watched grainy videos from the 90s of rangers calmly handling everything from belligerent alligators to overly curious tourists. The instructors, seasoned veterans with leathery skin and a 1,000-yard stare, would drill us relentlessly. What do you do if you corner a bobcat? What's the first sign of a cottonmouth's defensive posture? And then there was the bear lecture. The Florida black bear, our lead instructor, a man named Dave, had said, tapping a slide showing a surprisingly small-looking bear sniffing at a patch of grass. 9 times out of 10, this animal wants nothing to do with you. It's shy, it's reclusive. It's more likely to be scared of you than you are of it. He clicked to the next slide, a picture of a much larger bear standing on its hind legs, peering over a bush. You will see this, he said, his voice firm. And your city's slicker brain, fed on a diet of monster movies,
will scream attack!
It's not an attack. It's curiosity. It's trying to get a better look, a better smell. It's processing information. The protocol was seared into my memory. Stand your ground. Make yourself look big. Speak in a calm, low voice. Do not scream. Do not make sudden movements. And the cardinal, unbreakable rule, the one they repeated until we were sick of hearing it, D.O., note Ron. Running triggers a predator's chase instinct, an instinct that has been honed over millennia. To a bear, a running creature is prey. It's a simple biological equation. I understood it intellectually. I aced the test. I could recite the protocol in my sleep. My first solo overnight watch was supposed to be a culmination of all that training, a final test of competence. They assigned me to the Long Pine Key region, a slightly elevated stretch of land covered in slash pine and saw palmetto that rises like an island from the surrounding Marjorie Slough. My post was the fire tower, a skeletal metal structure that offered a commanding view of the area. The assignment was simple: patrol a designated loop trail at dusk and dawn, check for any signs of illegal camping or poaching, and report back. It was a milk run designed to build confidence. The night was long and filled with a symphony of alien sounds. The air, thick and heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay, was alive with the chittering of insects and the deep, resonant croak of bullfrogs. I tried to sleep for a couple of hours in the small cabin at the base of the tower, but my nerves kept me awake. I was excited, eager to prove myself. I felt like a true guardian of this wild place I had come to love. Dawn broke not as a sudden event, but as a slow bleed of color on the eastern horizon. A soft, gray light filtered through the pines, and a thick mist clung to the ground, muffling the world in a blanket of silence. This was the magic hour. I grabbed my pack, checked my radio for the 3rd time, and started my patrol. The trail was a narrow path of crushed limestone, a white ribbon winding through the dense green. The air was cool and still. My boots crunched rhythmically, the only sound in the vast emptiness. I felt a profound sense of peace, a feeling of being exactly where I was meant to be. I was about a mile from the tower, in a section where the pines gave way to a thicket of scrub. When the silence was broken, it was a subtle sound, the snap of a dry branch. Too heavy for a bird, too deliberate for a raccoon. I stopped, every sense on high alert. My hand instinctively went to the canister of bear spray on my hip. I scanned the wall of vegetation, my heart starting a low, steady drum against my ribs. Nothing. I told myself it was probably a deer. I took a few more steps, my earlier peace replaced by a prickling unease. And then I saw it. It emerged from the palmetto scrub about 20 yards ahead, stepping onto the trail with a fluid, powerful grace that belied its bulk. A Florida black bear. It was bigger than the one in the training slides. Its coat was a deep, glossy black, and the morning light caught the rippling muscles beneath its shoulders. It was ambling, its head low to the ground, sniffing the air. It hadn't seen me yet. My blood ran cold. The world seemed to shrink until it contained only two things, me and the bear. The sounds of the forest faded away, replaced by the rushing of blood in my ears. Protocol Noah. Remember the protocol. It lifted its head, and its dark, intelligent eyes met mine. It stopped dead. For a long moment, we were frozen, two statues on a pale white trail. I could see its nostrils flaring, trying to parse my scent. Then, with a movement that was both slow and shockingly swift, it rose. It pushed itself up onto its hind legs, its body unfolding to an impossible height. It was immense. Taller than me, broader, a solid wall of muscle and fur. The instructor's voice was a faint whisper in the back of my mind, curiosity, not aggression. It's getting a better look. But the primal, terrified part of my brain, the part that had been dormant since the dawn of humanity, was screaming a single, deafening word, Munstar. My heart hammered against my chest, a frantic, wild thing trying to escape. My breath hitched in my throat. I saw the bear's massive head tilt slightly, its ears twitching. It was processing. It was deciding. And in that split second, every ounce of my training, every video, every lecture, evaporated like mist in the morning sun. My mistake was panic. My mistake was listening to the ancient voice instead of the educated one. I ran. The decision wasn't even conscious. One moment I was standing there. The next my feet were pounding the limestone path, my body propelled by a surge of pure, unadulterated terror. The moment my boots hit the ground, I heard it. A deep, huffing chuff. It wasn't a roar of anger, but a sound of surprise and instinct, the sound of a predator whose switch had just been flipped. I didn't dare look back, but I could hear it. The soft padding of its paws was gone, replaced by the heavy, ground-shaking thud of a full-speed charge. A bear can sprint up to 35 miles per hour. I was a clumsy, terrified human who might, on a good day, manage 12. I didn't stand a chance in a race. My only hope was the tower. The metal skeleton was just visible over the trees, a distant promise of safety. My lungs burned. Every gasping breath was a fire in my chest. The sound of the bear was closer now, a constant, terrifying rhythm of huffing breaths and pounding paws. It felt like a locomotive was bearing down on me. I risked a glance over my shoulder and my stomach dropped. It was a black blur of motion, closing the distance with terrifying speed, its head low, its entire being focused on one thing, the fleeing prey. Me. I burst out of the tree line and saw the base of the tower. It was maybe 50 feet away. 50 feet of open ground. It might as well have been a mile. I pushed harder, my legs screaming in protest. I could feel the vibrations in the ground as the bear gained on me. I reached the metal staircase and threw myself onto it, scrambling up the graded steps on my hands and feet like a panicked animal. The clang of my boots on the metal was deafening. I made it to the first landing, about 15 feet up, and collapsed against the railing, my chest heaving. I looked down. The bear skidded to a halt at the base of the stairs, its claws scraping against the concrete foundation. It stood there, looking up at me, its chest rising and falling rapidly. It wasn't just curious anymore. Now it was agitated. It huffed again, a sound of pure frustration, and slapped a massive paw against one of the metal support beams, making the entire structure shudder. It wasn't trying to climb. Not yet. It was just waiting. And it was angry. I hadn't just seen a bear. I had threatened it by running. I had shown it my back, and in doing so, I I had sealed my own fate. I was trapped, and the sun was still rising on what was supposed to be the first day of the rest of my life. Time ceased to have any conventional meaning. There was only the before, the run, and the after, the run. Up on the first landing of the fire tower, my world had shrunk to a few square feet of grated steel. My back was pressed against the cold railing, and my hiving lungs felt raw, as if I'd inhaled fire. Below, the bear was a physical manifestation of my failure. It paced a tight, furious circle on the concrete slab at the base of the tower. Each step was heavy, deliberate. It was no longer just an animal, it was a sentry, a jailer. The huffing sounds continued, deep, percussive bursts of air that seemed to vibrate up through the metal structure and into my bones. It was the sound of rage, my rage for my stupidity, its rage for my perceived threat. The sun, which had been a beautiful, gentle promise only minutes before, began its relentless climb into the sky. The soft gray light hardened into a brilliant, unforgiving white. The mist burned away, revealing the full, sweltering expanse of the Everglades. And with the heat came the insects. A low, persistent hum rose from the grasslands, and soon, mosquitoes discovered the stationary meal trapped 15 feet in the air. They whined in my ears and settled on any exposed patch of skin. I barely noticed. My entire focus was on the black shape pacing below. My training, the part of my brain that hadn't been consumed by primal fear, began to flicker back to life. Assess your situation, Carter. I did a mental inventory. I was physically unharmed, aside from scrapes on my palms from scrambling up the stairs. I had my pack. I slowly, carefully shrugged it off my shoulders, my eyes never leaving the bear. It stopped pacing and watched my every move, its head cocked. The intelligence in its gaze was unnerving. This wasn't a mindless beast. It was observing, learning. I unzipped the main compartment. One standard issue water bottle, full, a small first aid kit, a protein bar, a multi-tool, and my radio, hope fragile and desperate, fluttered in my chest. The radio was my lifeline, my connection back to the world of rules and rescue. I pulled it out. It felt heavy, solid, a talisman against the wild. The bear watched the object in my hand with intense curiosity. I took a step closer to the base of the stairs, its nose twitching. I pressed the transmit button. Mayday, Mayday, I whispered, my voice a dry crackle. This is Trainee Carter at Long Pine Key Fire Tower. I have a Code 4 situation. Aggressive black bear. I am trapped up the tower. Repeat, I am trapped. Requesting immediate assistance. I released the button and waited for the reassuring voice of dispatch to respond. Nothing. Only static. A soft, hissing void. My heart sank. I tried again, speaking a little louder, my voice trembling. Dispatch, this is Ranger Trainee Noah Carter. Do you copy? I am at the Long Pine Key Tower. I am trapped by a black bear. The static hissed back at me, mocking my plea. I checked the battery. It was full. The signal indicator, however, was stubbornly blank. Of course. The tower was in a low-lying area, notorious for dead zones. They sent the trainee to the spot with the worst reception. It was a milk run after all. No one expected a real emergency. The irony was a bitter pill in my dry throat. I was alone. Truly, utterly alone. The weight of that realization was heavier than the bear, heavier than the suffocating heat. The bear seemed to sense my despair. It let out another huff, this one sounding less angry and more satisfied. It broke its pacing and lay down in the shade cast by the tower itself, a sphinx, like figure of patient menace. It positioned itself so it had a clear view of the stairs. It wasn't going anywhere. It had time. All the time in the world. Hours crawled by. The sun reached its zenith, beating down on the metal tower until the railings were too hot to touch. The air was thick and stagnant, shimmering with heat. I rationed my water, taking only small sips, but the heat leached the moisture from my body. Sweat dripped into my eyes, stinging. My head began to ache, a dull throb that matched the rhythm of the insect's hum. My enemy was no longer just the bear. It was the sun. It was the thirst. And it was my own mind. My thoughts became a looped recording of my mistake, the image of the bear rising on its hind legs, not in aggression but in curiosity, played over and over. I saw my own stupid, panicked face. I heard my instructor's voice not as a memory, but as a present, tense condemnation. Do not run. Carter, what did we tell you? The one thing you weren't supposed to do. I looked down at the bear. It looked almost peaceful, dozing in the shade. But its eyes were never fully closed. One would occasionally open, a dark, reptilian slit, to check that I was still there. It was a psychological war, and it was winning. It was making me a prisoner in my own head. I started to understand that its anger had subsided. This was something else now. It had been challenged. Its territory had been violated by a creature that then showed the ultimate sign of weakness. Now it had to see it through. It was a matter of principle. By what I guess was mid-afternoon, the dehydration was becoming severe. My mouth was like sandpaper. My thoughts grew fuzzy, and dark spots danced in the corners of my vision. I knew I was in serious trouble. Even if the bear left right now, I wasn't sure I had the strength to make the mile-long trek back to the cabin. And then the bear's behavior changed. It rose to its feet, stretched its powerful limbs with a lazy grace, and ambled over to one of the tower's main support legs. It sniffed at the thick steel beam. Then it did something that sent a fresh jolt of ice, cold terror through my veins. It reared up and placed its massive front paws on the beam, rocking it gently. It was testing it, feeling its strength. The tower was solid, anchored in concrete, but the slight vibration under my feet was terrifying. It dropped back to all fours and circled the tower, repeating the process with each of the four main supports. It was methodical. It was intelligent. It was probing for a weakness. It was no longer just waiting for me to come down. It was considering coming up. It returned to the support leg directly below me. It looked up, right at me, and I felt a connection, a horrifying understanding. This was personal. It wasn't just instinct anymore. I had insulted it. I had broken the ancient rules of the wild, and now I was being judged. The bear opened its mouth, and for the first time, I saw its teeth. They were not the fangs of a movie monster, but thick, yellowed, functional tools designed for crushing and tearing. It let out a low growl that rumbled in its chest, a sound that was far more terrifying than the angry huffs from before. Then it began to claw at the base of the steel leg. The sound of its thick, non-retractable claws scraping against the metal was like nails on a chalkboard, a sound that grated on my already shattered nerves. It stopped clawing and started to bite at one of the large bolts that held the support to its concrete footing. The sound of its teeth grinding against the steel was sickening. Scrape, grain scrape, grind. It was a slow, rhythmic, deliberate sound. The sound of a key being filed for a lock. It knew it couldn't shear through the bolt, but it was testing. It was trying to solve the problem. The problem of me. I was trapped on a metal island in a sea of grass, 15 feet above a creature that was actively working to dismantle my sanctuary. The sun was beginning to dip towards the west, and the prospect of spending another night here, a night with a patient, methodical monster working at the foundations of my cage, was a horror beyond anything I could have ever imagined. The waiting game was over. The siege had begun. The sun's final descent was an agonizingly slow spectacle of beauty and terror. Hues of fiery orange and deep purple painted the sky, colors that on any other day would have filled me with a sense of wonder. Now, they were just the dying light of a world I was no longer sure I would be a part of. The long shadows cast by the pines stretched like skeletal fingers across the landscape, and the shadow of the tower itself became a long, dark tombstone on the grass. Below, the bear was a creature of the encroaching darkness, its black form melting into the gloom until it was more of a presence than a shape, defined only by the sickening, rhythmic sound of its teeth grinding against steel. When full darkness fell, the world transformed. The familiar symphony of the Everglades night, which I had once found so enchanting, now became a chorus of unseen threats. Every rustle in the saw palmetto could be another predator. Every splash in the distant slough sounded like something monstrous emerging from the primordial ooze. But all those imagined fears were just background noise to the one, tangible horror at the base of my prison. The grinding sound stopped. For a moment, a profound, terrifying silence fell. I strained my ears, my every nerve ending alight. What was it doing? The silence was worse than the noise. It was the silence of a predator that had finished planning and was ready to act. Then, a new sound. A metallic thump. I peered over the edge of the railing, my heart lodging itself in my throat. The bear was at the bottom of the stairs. It had placed one massive paw on the first graded step, testing its weight. It looked up, and even in the near-total darkness, I could feel its gaze on me. It thumped the step again, a sound of decision. It was coming up. The training videos had shown bears climbing trees with the agility of squirrels, their claws finding purchase in the rough bark. But this was different. This was a narrow, open staircase made of grated steel. I clung to a desperate hope that it would find the steps too awkward, too unnatural. It was a hope that lasted less than 10 seconds. With a grunt of effort, it heaved its bulk onto the first few steps. The entire staircase groaned in protest, the metal vibrating with the animal's immense weight. It was clumsy, its large paws struggling to find solid footing on the grated surface, but it was relentless. Thump. Scrape. Thump. It was ascending one agonizing step at a time. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me again. But this time, it was different. It wasn't the blind, fleeing panic of the morning. It was the cornered animal panic that screamed fight. My hand fumbled for the canister on my hip. The bear spray, my one and only weapon. The instructions were simple: aim for the face, spray in a short burst. But the instructions assumed you were on solid ground, not 15 feet up a shaking ladder with a ton of muscle and fury climbing towards you. I had to let it get closer. Too far, and the spray would dissipate in the humid air. Too close, and it would be on me before the chemicals could take effect. I waited, my breath held, the canister clutched in my trembling hand. The bear was halfway up, its labored, huffing breaths filling the night. I could smell it now, a pungent, musky odor of wild animal and damp earth. I could see the glint of its eyes.
5 more feet. 4.
3. Get back! I screamed, my voice cracking. The bear responded with a low growl and lunged upwards, covering the last few feet with a terrifying burst of speed. Now, I squeezed the trigger. A thick, orange cloud of concentrated capsaicin erupted from the nozzle, engulfing the bear's head. The animal let out a roar of shocked pain, a sound of pure agony that ripped through the night. It recoiled violently, shaking its massive head from side to side, pawing at its eyes. It stumbled backwards, losing its footing on the narrow steps. For a glorious, heart-stopping moment, I thought it was going to fall, but it didn't. It scrambled, its claws screeching against the steel, and managed to get back down to the concrete base. It was blinded, enraged, and in incredible pain. The huffing sounds were gone, replaced by wheezing coughs as the pepper spray seared its lungs. It thrashed around at the base of the tower, a whirlwind of fury, crashing into the support legs. The entire structure shook with each impact. I hadn't defeated it. I had just turned a patient, methodical hunter into a mindless, raging brute. It began to slam its body against one of the support legs with terrifying force. Wham! The tower swayed violently. I was thrown against the railing, the metal biting into my back. My water bottle skittered across the platform and disappeared into the darkness below. Him! I clung to the railing, my knuckles white, as the world pitched and rocked around me. It was trying to bring the whole tower down. And it felt like it was succeeding. A new kind of despair washed over me. I was out of options. The radio was useless. My water was gone. My only weapon had only made the situation worse. I was going to die here, shaken to death in a metal cage by an animal I had wronged. My legacy would be a single stupid mistake. He ran. Through the fog of terror and dehydration, a thought surfaced. The small cabin at the very top of the tower. It was another 50 feet up, but it was enclosed. It was solid. If I could get up there, I might be safe. It was a slim chance, a desperate climb, but it was better than waiting here to die. With the tower still shaking from the bear's assault, I began to climb. The next flight of stairs seemed to stretch into the sky. My limbs were heavy, my muscles screaming in protest. Every step was a monumental effort. Below me, the bear continued its assault, its roars of pain and rage echoing in the night. The tower swayed, and I flattened myself against the stairs, my cheek pressed to the cold, vibrating steel, waiting for it to stop. I reached the second landing, then the third. I was gasping for air, my vision tunneling. I risked a look down. The bear had stopped ramming the tower. It was standing in the center of the concrete slab, looking up, its form barely visible. The pepper spray was wearing off. Its rage was subsiding, but its focus had returned. It saw me climbing. It saw my new destination. And it started up the stairs again. This time, there was no hesitation. It moved with a grim purpose, its pain fueling its determination. I had nowhere to run, no weapon to use. I scrambled up the final flight of stairs, my body screaming. I reached the trap door that led into the cabin and fumbled with the rusty latch. It wouldn't budge. I pulled with all my remaining strength, my fingers raw and bleeding. The bear was closing in, only one flight below me now. I could hear its claws on the metal. With a final desperate sob, I put my shoulder into the trapdoor and heaved. The latch gave way with a screech of tortured metal, and the door swung open. I hauled myself inside, onto the dusty wooden floor of the cabin, and slammed the heavy door shut, just as the bear's head appeared in the opening. I fumbled for the bolt and slid it home. The heavy thunk, the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. A massive impact slammed against the trapdoor, shaking the entire cabin. Then another. It was trying to break through the floor. I scrambled away, Crab walking to the far corner of the small room, making myself as small as possible. The wood was thick, reinforced with steel, but the impacts were terrifyingly powerful. I closed my eyes, curled into a ball, and waited for the wood to splinter. And then, through the sound of the bear's rage, I heard something else. A distant, mechanical chopping sound, a sound that did not belong to the Everglades. It grew louder, closer. A light swept across the sky, momentarily illuminating the cabin through its grimy windows. A helicopter. The sound of its rotors washed over the tower, a deafening, beautiful noise. The pounding on the trapdoor stopped. I heard a panicked scramble, the sound of the bear making a hasty retreat down the stairs. The helicopter circled once, its searchlight pinning the fleeing black shape as it disappeared into the saw palmetto. Then a voice, tinny and distorted, crackled over a loudspeaker. Ranger Carter. Noah Carter, are you in the tower? This is Park Service Rescue. You are safe. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I just lay on the floor of the dark, dusty cabin, listening to the sound of the rotors, and wept. My name is Isabella Rossi. For the better part of 2 decades, my world has been defined by the textures of canvas, the scent of turpentine, and an unyielding pursuit of light. I am a landscape painter, but that title feels clinical, insufficient. In truth, I am a collector of moments, a translator of the silent language spoken by forests, mountains, and water. My work is my life, a solitary pilgrimage that often leads me to the most remote and untouched corners of the country, far from the galleries in which my pieces eventually reside. It is in this isolation, with only the wind and the rustle of unseen creatures for company, that I feel most truly myself. My purpose is to capture not just a scene, but the soul of a place, the raw, untamed spirit that hums just beneath the surface of its beauty. This year, my pilgrimage had brought me to the Florida Panhandle, a region of startling contrasts. I had secured a week's stay at a rustic, isolated cabin nestled deep in the woods, near the Alpha Fire Tower in Calhoun County. It was a place steeped in a wild, almost prehistoric ambience. The air was thick with humidity, heavy with the smell of damp earth, pine needles, and the sweet, decaying perfume of magnolia blossoms. Towering cypress trees, draped in ghostly Spanish moss, rose from the dark, tannin-stained waters of the creeks and swamps, their gnarled roots digging into the muck like ancient fingers. It was a landscape that was both breathtakingly beautiful and subtly menacing, a place where the veil between civilization and primal wilderness felt perilously thin. This was exactly what I had come for. For the first few days, my routine was one of peaceful, productive solitude. I would wake with the dawn, the first rays of sun filtering through the tall pines, and spend my mornings exploring the surrounding area, my sketchbook, and a small set of watercolors in hand. I would make preliminary sketches, study the way the morning mist clung to the low, lying areas, and note the shifting colors as the sun climbed higher in the sky. The afternoons were for more serious work on a larger canvas set up on a portable easel. I painted the fire tower itself, a skeletal sentinel against a vast, dramatic sky. I painted a grove of longleaf pines, their bark like the scales of a dragon, catching the golden light of late afternoon. The silence was profound, broken only by the cry of a distant hawk, the frantic buzzing of dragonflies, or the startling splash of a turtle dropping from a log into the water. I felt a deep sense of connection, a feeling that I was not merely observing the landscape, but becoming a part of it. On the fifth day, I felt an urge to capture the unique quality of the cypress swamps. There was a particular creek I had scouted earlier, a slow-moving channel of water that snaked its way through a dense stand of cypress trees. The light there was magical. It didn't just illuminate. It seemed to become a substance itself, filtering down through the thick canopy in ethereal, hazy shafts that danced on the water's surface. I wanted to capture that, the interplay of light and shadow, the murky reflections, the sense of ancient stillness. After a light lunch, I gathered my supplies, my sturdy French easel, a large pre-stretched canvas, my worn wooden palette, and the collection of oil paints that were like trusted friends. The walk to the creek took nearly half an hour, the path growing less distinct as I moved deeper into the woods. The air grew cooler, the ground softer under my hiking boots. When I finally arrived, the scene was even more perfect than I remembered. The water was the color of dark tea, its surface as smooth as polished glass, broken only by the occasional water strider skating across its surface. The cypress knees, those strange, conical root protrusions, dotted the banks like misshapen gnomes. I found a relatively stable patch of ground on the bank, set up my easel, and began to lay out my colors: viridian green, burnt umber, raw sienna, cadmium yellow, titanium white. For a long while, I simply stood there, absorbing the scene, letting its rhythm seep into me. This was my process, a period of quiet communion before the first brushstroke. I began to sketch the composition onto the canvas with a thinned downwash of umber, my hand moving with practiced confidence. The main elements were the gnarled trunk of a massive cypress in the foreground and the shafts of light breaking through the canopy in the background. It was coming together, but it was missing something, a focal point, a spark of life to anchor the stillness. That's when I saw it. Moving with a lazy, sinuous grace from the far bank, a snake was swimming across the water. It was dark, almost black, and its head was held just slightly above the surface, creating a perfect V-shaped wake behind it. I paused, my brush hovering over the palette. I had seen countless non-venomous water snakes in my travels. They were a common, harmless feature of these ecosystems, and this one appeared no different. In fact, its presence was a gift. It was exactly the element of life the composition needed. It provided a sense of movement to contrast with the static trees, its dark form a perfect counterpoint to the bright shafts of light. My artist's brain took over completely, overriding any other instinct. The angle wasn't quite right from where I stood. To truly capture the ripples it made, the subtle way its scales caught the fractured light, I needed to be closer. I needed to be lower, almost at water level. Without a second thought, I slipped off my boots and socks, rolled up my pants to my knees, and took a tentative step into the creek. The water was shockingly cold, and the mud on the bottom was thick and squelching, sucking at my feet with each step. I paid it no mind. My focus was entirely on the snake and the evolving painting in my mind's eye. I waited carefully, moving slowly to avoid stirring up too much silt, until I was about 15 feet from the snake, standing knee deep in the shallows. The perspective was perfect. I could see everything, the subtle shifts in its muscular body beneath the water, the delicate patterns of the ripples fanning out from its wake. I felt a thrill of excitement, the familiar rush that comes when you know you are about to create something special. My mistake was in my assumption. My mistake was in the arrogance of my artistic vision, a belief that nature was a passive model, waiting patiently to be captured. My mistake was assuming all water snakes are the same. This one wasn't. As if sensing my intrusive gaze, it stopped. The fluid, forward motion ceased instantly. It was no longer swimming away from me. It was adrift, its body coiling slightly in the water. Then, with a deliberate slowness that was far more terrifying than any sudden movement, it turned its head towards me. Time seemed to slow down. The buzzing of the insects faded. The gentle lapping of the water against my legs fell silent. There was only the snake and me, locked in a sudden, intense connection. And then, it did something that vaporized every artistic thought from my mind, replacing it with a jolt of pure ice, cold, primal fear. It opened its mouth. The interior was not pink or dark. It was a stark, ghostly, cottony white, a cavernous, silent threat displayed in the murky water. A cottonmouth, a water moccasin, Agastrodon piscivorus. The names slammed into my consciousness, each one a hammer blow of understanding. I wasn't looking at a harmless subject for my art. I was looking at one of the most venomous pit vipers in North America. I froze, my bare feet sinking deeper into the cold mud. My heart, which had been beating with artistic excitement just moments before, was now a frantic drum against my ribs. I was well within its strike zone, a fact my brain registered with horrifying clarity. It didn't hiss. It didn't rattle. It didn't need to. It simply held its ground, watching me with those unblinking, reptilian eyes, its white mouth a silent, patient declaration of the danger I had so foolishly waded into. The beautiful, serene landscape I had come to paint had transformed around me. The cypress trees were no longer majestic. They were silent, indifferent witnesses. The water was no longer a canvas of light. It was a cold, murky trap. I had painted myself into a corner, and the subject of my art was death itself. The standoff had begun. The world shrank to the space between me and the snake. 15 feet of dark, cold water that felt as vast and uncrossable as an ocean. My initial jolt of terror settled into a state of hyper-awareness, a terrifying clarity where every detail was magnified. The silence it offered, that gaping white mouth, was a language more potent than any hiss. It was a statement of capability, a promise of what it could do, delivered with absolute stillness. My mind, accustomed to deconstructing landscapes into color and form, began to deconstruct my predicament. Agastrodon piscivorus, pit viper, hemotoxic venom, the fragments of knowledge, gleaned from nature documentaries and warning signs at park entrances, surfaced like debris in a flood. The venom attacks the blood, destroying tissue, causing excruciating pain and swelling. A bite out here, miles from the cabin, with no cell service, and no one aware of my specific location, was not just a medical emergency. It was a death sentence. The first command my brain issued was simple: do not move. Every muscle fiber screamed in agreement. I became a statue, a human counterpart to the reptilian one in the water. My breath was shallow, caught high in my chest. I feared even the expansion of my lungs might be perceived as a provocation. My eyes were locked on the snake, trying to read an intention that wasn't there. A pit viper doesn't have intentions in the way we understand them. It has instincts. It reacts to threats. And right now, the towering, two-legged creature that had blundered into its territory was the biggest threat in its world. Minutes stretched into an eternity. The cold from the water began a slow, insidious invasion of my body. It started in my toes, a dull ache that gradually sharpened into a painful burning before giving way to a creeping numbness. The numbness was almost more frightening than the pain. It was a loss of self, a sign that my body was already beginning to surrender to the environment. I tried to wiggle my toes inside the mud, a tiny, desperate act of rebellion, but the signal from my brain seemed to get lost somewhere on its journey down my frozen legs. The sun, which had been my ally, the source of the beautiful light I'd come to paint, became a detached observer, a cosmic clock ticking down the moments of this standoff. Its light continued to filter through the cypress canopy, but the shafts were no longer ethereal. They were interrogator's lamps, pinning me in my spot. The water, once a canvas for reflection, now seemed to hide 1,000 other threats. Was that a branch brushing against my calf or something else? Every submerged lily pad stem, every piece of sunken wood, my foot touched sent a fresh spike of adrenaline through my system, a jolt that threatened to upset the fragile truce. My gaze kept flicking between the snake and my easel on the shore. It stood there, a symbol of my folly, my beautiful canvas with its half-formed sketch of the serene scene that had now become a stage for potential horror. My paints, my brushes, my phone, all of it was on the bank, so close yet impossibly far. I could have been on the moon. The irony was a bitter taste in my mouth. I, who sought to capture the untamed spirit of nature, had been captured by it instead. I was no longer the artist. I was an unwilling part of the composition, a figure of terror and regret. An hour passed. Or maybe it was two. Time had lost its meaning. My world was measured in heartbeats and the slow, methodical creep of numbness up my shins. My legs began to tremble, an involuntary shudder born of cold and sustained tension. I tried to suppress it, clenching my jaw, focusing all my willpower on stilling the traitorous muscles. The shaking was a movement, and movement was death. The snake had not moved. Not an inch. It remained a fixed point of menace, its white mouth a constant, unwavering beacon of danger. But then something changed. A long, forked tongue, black as ink, flickered out from the white cavern of its mouth. It tasted the air, it tasted me. The delicate, almost elegant motion was profoundly unnerving. It was a sign of life, of assessment. It was gathering information, processing my scent, my warmth, my fear. The standoff was not passive. It was an active, ongoing evaluation. My mind began to play tricks on me. The cypress knees on the banks no longer looked like gnomes. They were hunched, watching figures. The Spanish moss hanging from the branches swayed like gray, skeletal arms in the slight breeze. The buzz of a dragonfly darting past my ear sounded as loud as a helicopter, and I flinched internally, a violent spasm of my nerves that thankfully did not translate to my limbs. I thought about my life, my choices, the solitary path I had chosen. I had always told myself that my art was enough, that the connection I felt with these wild places was more profound than any human relationship. But in that moment, faced with the absolute indifference of nature, I felt a loneliness so deep and vast it threatened to swallow me whole. No one would even know to look for me here. They would find my rental car at the cabin in a few days. They might find my easel, and eventually they might find me a cautionary tale for other arrogant artists. As the sun began its slow descent towards the horizon, a new, more urgent terror began to dawn. The light. The magical, beautiful light was fading. The golden shafts were turning to a soft, bruised orange. The shadows, once defined, were bleeding into one another, softening the edges of the world and cloaking it in ambiguity. Darkness. The thought of being here, in this water, in the pitch black of a moonless swamp night, was a horror beyond comprehension. The things that moved in the dark, the alligators, the other snakes, the unseen predators, would have the advantage. The snake in front of me was a known threat. But what would the darkness bring? My desperation began to curdle into a reckless, frantic energy. I had to do something. I couldn't just stand here and wait for the night to claim me. My eyes darted around, searching for an escape. The bank behind me was steep and slick with mud. A sudden lunge, for it would be a massive, explosive movement. Unacceptable. The other bank was too far. The snake shifted. It was a small movement, a slight readjustment of its thick, coiled body in the water. But after hours of absolute stillness, it felt like an earthquake. Its head didn't move. Its mouth remained open. But its body was tensing. Was it preparing to strike? Or was it preparing to leave? The ambiguity was torture. The light was failing fast now. The world was dissolving into shades of gray and black. My canvas on the shore was just a pale rectangle in the gloom. The water around me was no longer tea-colored. It was an inky void. And then I heard it. A sound from the bank where my easel stood. Not the gentle rustle of a breeze, but a distinct, heavy snap. A twig breaking under a significant weight. My head jerked instinctively towards the sound, a fraction of a second of forgotten discipline. My heart hammered against my ribs. It wasn't a squirrel or a raccoon. It sounded bigger. much bigger. I couldn't see anything in the deepening twilight. There was only the sound and the sudden, terrifying realization that the silent, patient killer in the water in front of me might no longer be the only predator in the woods. I was trapped between two threats, one I could see and one I could only hear, hidden in the darkness that was rapidly swallowing the world. The standoff had just become terrifyingly more complex. My blood ran cold, a glacial tide that seemed to freeze me from the inside out. The snap of the twig had been a definitive, physical sound in a world that had dissolved into psychological terror. It was real, it was close, and it was big. My head remained turned towards the sound, a catastrophic breach of the standoff's only rule. In that moment, the snake in the water became the secondary threat. A pit viper is a terrifying, efficient killer, but its danger is quantifiable. The thing in the darkness was a monster conjured from my deepest fears, a formless horror given weight and presence by a single sound. Another sound followed, a heavy, deliberate shuffling in the leaf litter. It was accompanied by a low, guttural huff, a sound of inquiry, of something sniffing the air. My scent, the scent of my paints and turpentine, the scent of a vulnerable, isolated creature. The darkness on the bank was no longer empty. It held a presence, a weight that pressed in on me. I imagined a massive shape moving between the trees, its form obscured by the gloom. A black bear, perhaps drawn by curiosity or worse, a Florida panther, the ghost cat of the swamps, silent and lethal. My mind, which had been a whirlwind of panic, suddenly became icily calm. It was the clarity that precedes an impossible choice. I was caught in a deadly triangulation. In front of me, the patient, venomous snake. Behind me, the steep, treacherous bank, and on the shore, just a few yards to my left, an unseen predator. Every option was a potential death. To stay still was to wait for the creature on the bank to find me. To lunge for the bank behind me was to guarantee a massive splash, a certain trigger for the snake. My eyes flicked back to the water moccasin. In the faint, residual light, I could still just make out the pale slash of its open mouth. It hadn't moved. Had it heard the sound? Did it perceive the new threat? Or was its entire world still focused on me, the immediate disturbance in its watery domain? For a terrifying second, I felt an insane kinship with the reptile. We were the two creatures of the creek, and something alien was now intruding upon our lethal bollet. The shuffling on the bank grew louder, closer to my easel. Then came a sound of splintering wood, followed by the metallic crash of my easel hitting the ground. The creature was investigating my supplies. It was toying with the tools of my trade, the objects that represented my foolish, artistic intrusion into this world. A deep, resonant growl rumbled through the air, vibrating through the water and up into the soles of my feet. It was a sound of displeasure, of territorial aggression. This was no curious deer. This was a predator. And in that moment, the choice was made for me. The growl, the crash, the sudden violence on the shore. It was too much for the snake. The fragile truce shattered. With a speed that defied its previous stillness, the cottonmouth snapped its white mouth shut. The pale beacon of danger vanished. In the same fluid motion, it whipped its powerful body around and shot through the water, not towards me, but away towards the deeper, darker parts of the creek. The sudden, explosive movement created a wake that slapped against my numb legs, a final, parting touch from the specter of death. It was gone. The window of opportunity was a microsecond. A single adrenaline-fueled thought screamed through my mind. Oh! I didn't think. I reacted. I lunged, not towards the shore where the unseen beast was, but backwards, towards the steep, muddy bank behind me. The water erupted around me as I scrambled, my frozen limbs moving with a clumsy, desperate strength I didn't know I possessed. My hands clawed at the slick mud, my fingernails digging into the soft earth, searching for purchase. I slipped, my face plunging into the frigid, foul-tasting water. I came up sputtering, gasping for air, my heart hammering a frantic, chaotic rhythm against my ribs. Another roar, much louder this time, ripped through the night from the direction of my ruined camp. It spurred me on. I found a root, thick and gnarled, and hauled myself upwards, my body shaking uncontrollably. I was out of the water. I was on the bank. I didn't look back. I didn't wait to see what manner of creature had been my unlikely savior. I just ran. I crashed blindly through the undergrowth, thorns and branches tearing at my skin and clothes. The pain was distant, irrelevant. The only thing that mattered was putting distance between myself and the creek. I ran with the image of that white mouth burned into my memory and the sound of that guttural roar echoing in my ears. The half-hour walk from the cabin had become an endless, terrifying gauntlet in the dark. Every shadow was a monster, every rustle of leaves a pursuing footstep. I stumbled and fell multiple times, my body bruised and trembling, but I scrambled back up each time, propelled by a primal fear that had stripped away every shred of my former, civilized self. Finally, I saw it, a faint, rectangular glow through the trees. The window of my cabin. I have never seen a more beautiful sight. I burst out of the woods and onto the small clearing, fumbled with the key, my hands shaking so badly it took 3 attempts to get it into the lock. I threw the door open, stumbled inside, and slammed it shut, throwing the deadbolt home. I stood there in the center of the small room, dripping creek water and mud onto the wooden floor, gasping for air like a drowning woman. The silence of the cabin was absolute, a stark contrast to the cacophony of terror in my mind. Only then, in the safety of this small, man-made box, did the dam of my composure break. A wave of violent shudders racked my body, and I collapsed to my knees, the strength vanishing from my limbs as if it had never been there. I did not sleep that night. I sat wrapped in a blanket, staring at the locked door, listening to the sounds of the wilderness outside. Sounds that were no longer peaceful or inspiring, but filled with a new and terrible menace. At the first hint of dawn, I was gone. I threw my wet, ruined clothes into a bag, grabbed my keys, and left. I didn't go back for my easel, my canvas, or my paints. The thought of returning to that creek was unbearable. The unfinished painting could remain there, a monument to my hubris, to be slowly reclaimed by the swamp. I drove for hours, not stopping until the cypress trees and Spanish moss had been replaced by highways and gas stations. The experience has changed me. I still paint, but something has been lost. The easy, confident communion I once felt with the wild has been replaced by a deep and abiding respect tinged with fear. I understand now that when you venture into the wilderness to capture its soul, you must be prepared for the fact that it might, in turn, capture yours. I no longer see a serene landscape. I see the beauty, but I also see the layers beneath it. I see the silent, patient threats, the raw, indifferent power. I see the gaping white mouth of the cottonmouth, a silent promise in the dark water, a permanent subject in the gallery of my nightmares. My name is Ethan, and if there's one thing I've learned, it's that some legends are born from a kernel of terrifying truth. It's a lesson that was etched into my soul on a moonless night, a lesson that cost me my nerve and haunts the edges of my sleep. For me and my 2 best friends, Josh and Kyle, that lesson came at the foot of an old, forgotten steel skeleton, the Jacksonville Heights Fire Tower. There were 3 of us, and we were inseparable, a tightly wound knot of teenage boredom and adrenaline. We grew up in the kind of sleepy Florida suburb where the days were long and hot and the nights were thick with the drone of cicadas and the promise of nothing much happening. That kind of quiet can drive you a little crazy, make you desperate to find the edges of your world and see what happens when you push. I was the designated pusher. I was the one who always had the great ideas, the one who saw no trespassing, sign not as a warning but as a personal invitation. Then there was Josh. He was my counterweight, the anchor of our trio. Where I was reckless, he was cautious. He had a way of looking at one of my plans, his brow furrowed in that serious way of his, and listing every possible negative outcome with the precision of a seasoned lawyer. He was the voice of reason I usually chose to ignore, but a part of me always appreciated that he was there to say it. He kept us grounded, or at least tried to. And Kyle. Kyle was the swing vote. He was good-natured, easy-going, and usually just happy to be part of the adventure. He'd listen to my wild proposal, then to Josh's logical rebuttal, and more often than not, a grin would spread across his face, and he'd shrug. Sounds like fun to me. With Kyle on my side, Josh was usually outvoted 2-1. That was our dynamic, a push and pull of impulse and hesitation that had led us on countless minor misadventures, late night explorations of abandoned phosphate mines, ill-advised canoe trips into Gator, thick swamps, and sneaking onto the grounds of the local country club to swim in the pool after hours. We were thrill seekers collecting small, harmless stories to tell. We had no idea we were about to stumble into a story that would tell us. The Jacksonville Heights Tower was our Everest. It stood on the edge of the state preserve, a skeletal finger of rust and iron pointing accusingly at the sky. It had been decommissioned decades ago, left to be slowly devoured by the humid air and the encroaching wilderness. For kids in our town, it was a legend. It was the place you dared each other to go, but few ever did. The fence around it was high and topped with barbed wire that had mostly rusted through, and the stories about it were even more intimidating. The main story, the one that the old-timers would tell with a little too much seriousness in their eyes, was about its guardian. They called it the Hellhound of Jacksonville Heights. The details were always the same: a monstrous, dog-like creature, bigger than a wolf, with fur as black as a starless night and eyes that burned like red, hot coals. It wasn't a creature of flesh and blood, they said, but a supernatural sentinel bound to protect the forgotten places of the world. It was a harbinger of doom. The legend had a particularly chilling rule: to see the hound once was a terrible omen, a warning to turn back. To see it twice was a sign that you had trespassed too far. To see it 3 times meant your death was not just certain, but imminent. Of course, I thought it was all a load of crap. A brilliant, spooky story cooked up by parents to keep their kids away from a dangerously dilapidated structure. A hellhound in Florida. It was absurd. It's probably just a local black bear or a big panther. I'd argue with anyone who brought it up. People see what they want to see in the dark. Josh naturally wasn't so sure, and Kyle just thought the story was metal. The idea to climb it at night was mine, obviously. It came to me on a sweltering Tuesday. The air was so thick you could drink it, and the boredom was just as palpable. Tonight, I announced in our group chat. The tower. We're doing it. Josh's reply was instantaneous. Are you insane? At night? What about the hell thingy? It's just a story. Man, I typed back, rolling my eyes. It'll be an adventure. The view of the city lights will be epic. Don't be a wimp. There was a pause, and then Kyle's message popped up. I'm in. Sounds sick. The 2-1 vote was cast. Josh sent a long string of complaining emojis, but ended with fine. But if I get eaten by a demon dog, I'm haunting you specifically, Ethan. We met just after 11 p.m. at the edge of the preserve, the spot where the manicured lawns of suburbia gave way to the untamed chaos of palmettos and pines. The air grew cooler under the dense canopy of trees. The familiar suburban sounds faded, replaced by the symphony of the wild, the chirping of insects, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of unseen things in the undergrowth. Josh was already on edge, his flashlight beam darting nervously from shadow to shadow. Dude, relax, I said, clapping him on the shoulder. You're going to scare away all the actual animals. It's not the actual animals I'm worried about. He muttered, kicking at a root. The hike to the tower wasn't long, maybe half a mile, but it felt different at night. The familiar path seemed alien, the trees closing in around us, their branches like twisted, grasping arms in the narrow beams of our flashlights. The tower appeared suddenly, a black lattice against the slightly less black sky. It was bigger up close, more intimidating. The chain link fence was a joke, sagging and torn in several places. A faded, rust-streaked sign read, U.S. Farce RC KEPUC. Government property, Josh whispered, as if that made it worse. This is like a federal crime. It's only a crime if you get caught, I said with a grin, easily pulling a section of the fence aside. We slipped through one by one, our sneakers crunching on the gravel and dried leaves within the compound. The base of the tower was concrete, littered with broken beer bottles and faded graffiti. the ghosts of past trespassers. We stood at the bottom of the first flight of stairs, our flashlight beams traveling up the corroded metal. The steps were grated steel, meaning you could see straight down through them, all the way to the ground. "You ready for this?" Kyle asked, his voice a mix of excitement and awe. "Born ready," I said, placing my foot on the first step. It responded with a loud, groaning creak that echoed in the silent night. The sound was unnerving, a metallic protest against our presence. We ascended slowly, our hands gripping the cold, rough railings. Each step was a new complaint from the aging structure. The wind, which we hadn't noticed on the ground, began to pick up as we climbed higher, whistling through the girders with a low, mournful sound. We paused at a landing about 50 feet up to catch our breath. The trees were now below us, a dark, textured carpet spreading out in all directions. In the distance, the lights of Jacksonville glittered, a safe and distant world we had left behind. "Okay, this is pretty cool," Kyle admitted, leaning carefully against the railing. Josh wasn't looking at the view. He was looking down into the blackness of the woods at the base of the tower. "Do you guys ever get the feeling, that you're being watched?" I laughed, though it came out a little shaky. "That's just the spooky stories getting to you, man." But as I said it, I felt it too. A prickling on the back of my neck, the kind of primal instinct that tells you you're no longer at the top of the food chain. I scanned the darkness below, but saw nothing but shifting shadows. We kept climbing, higher and higher. The stairs seemed to sway more with every step, or maybe that was just our imagination. We were about halfway to the top, maybe 100 feet up, when we heard it. It wasn't a sound I recognized. It started low, a vibration that seemed to travel up through the soles of our feet, through the steel of the tower itself. Then it grew into a deep, guttural growl that rolled out of the woods below. It was not the bark of a dog or the roar of a bear. It was a sound of pure, ancient menace. It was a threat. We all froze instantly, our hands clenched on the railings. The night's other sounds, the wind, the insects, seemed to vanish, sucked into the vacuum created by that one horrifying noise. What was that?" Kyle whispered, his voice cracking. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of terror. My bravado was gone, replaced by a cold, liquid dread. But I couldn't let them see it. I was the leader, the one who had dragged them here. "It's just a gator or something," I said, my voice sounding thin and unconvincing even to my own ears. "A big one, maybe. They make weird noises. Don't be a wimp." The words felt like a lie the moment they left my mouth. No alligator on earth had ever made a sound like that. That was the sound of something that had been waiting for us. Josh was shaking his head, his face pale in the faint glow from the distant city. No way, Ethan. That wasn't an animal. We need to go, now." He was right. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to run, to scramble back down the stairs and never look back. But we were 100 feet in the air on a rickety metal staircase, and the sound had come from directly below us. The way down was no longer an escape. It was a confrontation. Josh's words hung in the cold air between us. "We need to go now." But what did go even mean? Go where? The only way was down, and the source of that bone, jarring growl, was down. The thought of descending those creaking stairs back into that unseen blackness made my stomach churn with a cold dread that had nothing to do with the wind. Just hold on," I said, trying to force a steadiness into my voice that I didn't feel. It came out as a ragged whisper. "We're high up. Whatever it is, it can't get to us up here. What if it waits?" Kyle spoke for the first time, his voice barely audible over the whistling wind. "What if it just sits there and waits for us to come down?" The silence that followed was heavier than the darkness. Kyle's idea was a poisonous seed that took root in our minds instantly. The image of some beast hunkered in the brush below, possessing the infinite patience of a predator. It wasn't coming up because it didn't have to. We were the ones in the trap, not it. We had to come down eventually, and it knew. And then we saw them. It wasn't a clear sighting at first. Just a subtle change in the vast blackness below, like someone had struck two matches simultaneously in the far distance. Two pinpricks of red light ignited at the edge of the woods, right where the pine shadows were deepest. They didn't shine or glint like the eyes of a normal animal reflecting our flashlights. A deer or a raccoon's eyes would give off a sickly green or yellow glow. This was different. This was a light that came from within, a deep, smoldering red like coals burning down in a dying furnace. It was the color of blood and embers. "Do you—" Josh stammered, his flashlight beam trembling as he pointed. I saw it. I wanted to say I didn't. I wanted to lie and say it was the reflection from a broken beer bottle, or maybe the distant taillights of a car. But the eyes were stationary, and they were staring up at us from the abyss with a terrifying, fixed intensity. They weren't scanning. They were locked onto the three of us on our steel perch, as if taking inventory. The memory of the legend I'd laughed at came rushing back. Eyes that burned like red-hot coals. This was the first sighting. The warning. The omen. What the hell is that? Kyle mumbled, his earlier excitement completely evaporated, replaced by raw, naked fear. "It's nothing," I said quickly, my own bravado warring with a rising tide of panic. "It's just... I don't know. A drone. Someone's messing with us." But even as I said it, I knew what a pathetic lie it was. There was no hum of a drone, no laughter from pranksters. Just the oppressive silence in those two burning red eyes. The growl came again. This time, it wasn't omnidirectional. It was focused. It came from directly beneath the red eyes. And this time it was different. It wasn't just a disembodied threat. There was a hunger to it now, a simmering rage. It was the sound of patience wearing thin. With the growl, a shape detached itself from the deeper shadows of the trees. It moved with a fluid grace that was terrifying for its size. Our wavering flashlights caught it, and all the air was sucked from my lungs. It was not a bear. It was not a panther. And it was certainly not a prank. It was a dog, if a dog could be spawned from a nightmare. It was immense, larger than the biggest mastiff I had ever seen, with broad, powerful shoulders and muscles that were visible even beneath a coat of thick, matted black fur. The fur seemed to absorb our flashlight beams, making its outline indistinct and hazy at the edges, as if it weren't entirely solid. Its tail was long and plumed, but it didn't wag. It hung low, still and menacing. It didn't bark. It didn't howl. It just stood there at the base of the stairs, looking up at us with those smoldering red eyes. Its mouth was slightly open, revealing the glint of teeth that looked too long, too sharp, to belong to any earthly canine. And from deep in its chest came that low, continuous growl. It wasn't loud, but it was a constant, terrifying vibration. It was the promise of violence. This was the second sighting. To see it twice is a sign that you have trespassed too far. "Oh, God," Josh whimpered, slumping against the railing. "It's real. It's all real. Ethan, you idiot. I told you." The guilt hit me with a physical force that almost buckled my knees. He was right. He had warned me and I had laughed at him. Called him a wimp. My pride, my stupidity had led us here, trapped 100 feet in the air with a mythological monster guarding our only exit. "Shut up," I snapped, my fear twisting into anger. "Panicking isn't going to help." "Not help." Josh laughed, a wild, unhinged sound. "Look at that thing! Ethan!" "Just look at it and tell me we shouldn't be panicking." I looked down again, and my blood ran cold. The creature had slowly, deliberately, placed one massive front paw on the first metal step of the stairs. The movement wasn't fast or aggressive. It was a cool, calculated action, a claim. It was telling us that these stairs were its domain. This tower was its domain, and now, so were we. We were completely, utterly trapped. Every thought of escape vanished. What could we do? Jump. That was certain death. Stay here until it left. What if it didn't leave? What if it could wait all night, or for several nights? Time became a thick, slow, moving sludge. Minutes stretched into an eternity as the three of us stood frozen on that metal platform, paralyzed by a fear so profound it was physical. Only the wind, the groaning of the tower, and the low, unending growl from the beast below broke the silence. I didn't dare even whisper to my friends, afraid that the slightest sound might be the trigger it was waiting for. I watched it, studying every horrifying detail in the faint hope of finding a flaw, some sign that it was just an animal. I found none. The way it stood perfectly still for what felt like an hour, the unwavering intensity in its red gaze, the way its black fur seemed to drink the light, everything about it screamed that it was unnatural. My bravado was long gone, replaced by a gnawing guilt and a paralyzing fear. I glanced at Josh, who was now sitting with his knees pulled to his chest, rocking slightly and muttering to himself. I looked at Kyle. He was leaning against the opposite railing, his face a pale, blank mask. His eyes were wide and fixed on the creature below, but he didn't seem to be there anymore. Some part of him had already broken. I had broken them. I had brought them here. The legend said seeing it 3 times meant your death was imminent. We had seen it twice. It stood there patiently, cutting us off from the world. I didn't know what it was waiting for, but I knew with a terrifying certainty that we were going to see it a 3rd time. And when we did, it would all be over. An hour passed, then another. The world shrunk to the dimensions of our metal platform, 100 feet above a patient monster. Time lost all meaning, measured only by the rhythmic groaning of the tower in the wind and the ceaseless, low growl that vibrated up through our feet. My anger had evaporated, leaving behind the cold, heavy stone of guilt in my stomach. I had done this. This was my adventure. My fault. Josh had stopped muttering. He was just rocking, his eyes squeezed shut as if he could will the world away. Kyle hadn't moved a muscle. He stood like a statue carved from fear, his gaze still locked on the creature below. I was terrified that if I touched him, he would crumble into dust. The bond between us, the easy camaraderie forged over years of shared laughter and minor rebellions, had been severed. In its place was a shared, silent nightmare. My mind raced, cycling through impossible scenarios. Could we make a rope from our clothes? No. It would never be long enough or strong enough. Could we call for help? My phone had died hours ago, a casualty of my own carelessness, and Josh and Kyle had left theirs in my car, so sure were we of a quick, triumphant trip. We were utterly alone, isolated on our island in the sky. The hound remained at the base of the stairs, its single paw resting on the first step like a king with his foot on a conquered land. It hadn't moved, hadn't climbed further. It was waiting. But for what? For us to make a mistake. For our sanity to finally snap. The psychological torture was its true weapon. It was dismantling us piece by piece without ever laying a tooth on us. As the hours bled into one another, a subtle change began in the eastern sky. The absolute impenetrable blackness softened to a deep indigo. Dawn was coming. A desperate, foolish hope flickered within me. Maybe it was a creature of the night. Maybe the sun would drive it away. But the approaching light seemed to have the opposite effect. The hound stirred. It lifted its paw from the stair and began to pace, a tight, agitated circle in the clearing below. Its movements were no longer fluid and graceful. They were jerky, filled with a tense energy. The low growl intensified, rising in pitch until it was a guttural snarl that echoed through the trees. It knew its time was running out, and its patience was at an end. It stopped pacing and looked up, its burning red eyes fixing on me. And in that moment, I knew what was coming. The final act. This was the 3rd sighting. It wasn't just that we were looking at it again. The creature itself changed. It threw its massive head back, and a sound erupted from its throat that was unlike anything I had ever heard. It was not a growl or a bark. It was a howl, but a howl stripped of all animal familiarity. It was a sound of pure despair and ancient hatred, a sound that scraped against my soul and promised an eternity of suffering. The very air shimmered around it. The metal of the tower vibrated with the force of the cry. Josh screamed, a raw, human sound of pure terror that was instantly swallowed by the hound's unholy lament. As the howl reached its peak, the creature's form began to lose its integrity. The edges of its matted black fur, which had already seemed hazy, now began to smoke and unravel, like threads of black silk dissolving in water. It was as if its physical body was merely a shell, a container for the pure malevolence within, and that container was now failing. The solid, muscular form wavered, becoming translucent. For a horrifying second, I could see the trees through its body. It took a step towards the stairs, and then another, beginning to ascend. But it wasn't climbing like a physical animal anymore. It flowed up the steps, a river of shadow and hate, its burning eyes the only constant in its shifting form. With every stair it climbed, pieces of it seemed to flake away and vanish into the pre-dawn air, but it never slowed. It was coming for us. It was coming to collect its due before the sun could banish it completely. This was it. The end. My body was frozen, but my mind was screaming. I looked at my friends, at the broken shells they had become, and a final, defiant spark of the old Ethan ignited within me. I wouldn't let it have them. I did the only thing I could think of. I took off my heavy jacket, the one I'd been so proud of, and I threw it. I didn't throw it at the creature. I threw it sideways, out into the empty air, away from the tower. For a split second, the ascending shadow thing paused. Its red eyes flickered from me to the jacket, a dark shape tumbling through the air. It was a primal, instinctual reaction, a predator distracted by movement. It was only a moment's hesitation, but it was enough. At that exact instant, the first true ray of sunlight broke over the horizon, a brilliant, golden spear that lanced through the trees and struck the tower. Where the light hit the ascending hound, it hissed and recoiled as if struck by lightning. The smoky form convulsed violently. It let out one last, choked snarl, a sound of frustration and defeat, and then it simply disintegrated. It didn't run. It didn't fade. It collapsed into a cloud of greasy, black dust that swirled for a second in the morning light before vanishing completely, leaving behind nothing but the faint, sickening smell of sulfur and burnt hair. Silence. The sudden absence of the growl was more deafening than the howl had been. The world rushed back in, the chirping of birds, the rustle of leaves, the gentle hum of the distant highway. The sun was rising on a normal Wednesday morning. We stood there for a long time, bathed in the warm, life-giving sunlight, shivering uncontrollably. No one spoke. Finally, I forced my legs to move. I walked over to Josh and gently touched his shoulder. He flinched violently and looked up at me, his eyes wide with a terror that would never truly leave him. The descent was the longest walk of my life. Every step on the graded stairs was agonizing. Every shadow cast by the rising sun was a monster in waiting. When we finally reached the solid, blessed ground, I half expected to see giant paw prints scorched into the earth. There was nothing. It was as if it had never been there at all. We didn't talk on the walk back to the car. We didn't talk on the drive home. The silence was a chasm between us that could never be bridged. I dropped Kyle off first. He got out of the car without a word and walked into his house, never looking back. Then I took Josh home. Before he got out, he finally looked at me, and his expression was one I will take to my grave. It wasn't anger. It was a hollow, empty pity, both for me and for himself. "I'm sorry," I whispered, the words tasting like ash. He just shook his head slowly and got out of the car. Our friendship was over. The trio was broken. A few months later, Josh's family moved away. I heard he had severe anxiety issues. I saw Kyle in the halls at school sometimes, but he was a ghost. The easy grin was gone, replaced by a haunted, vacant stare. We never spoke of that night. We never spoke again at all. I survived. But the boy who climbed that tower, the arrogant, thrill-seeking kid named Ethan, died up there. I am what's left. I'm the one who has to carry the memory, the one who knows that the world is older and stranger than we think, and that some legends are written in truth. I don't seek thrills anymore. I have seen what waits in the darkness at the edge of the world, and I know that some places are meant to be forgotten, and some guardians never, ever leave their post. My name is Dr. Amelia Flores, though in academic circles and field journals, I am more commonly known as Dr. Mia Flores. I hold a doctorate in zoology with a specific, and some might say peculiar, specialization chiropterology, the study of bats. For 15 years, these misunderstood creatures of the night have been my life's work, my passion, and the reason I often find myself in the most remote and untamed corners of the world. long after the sun has surrendered the sky to the moon. My work is not one of a casual observer. It is a meticulous, data-driven pursuit to understand the intricate lives of these animals, to map their behaviors, and ultimately, to advocate for their conservation. Bats are a keystone species, vital to the health of our ecosystems, yet they are so often maligned, relegated to the role of villains in folklore and fiction. My job is to replace that fiction with fact. This particular expedition in late October brought me to the dense, humid wilderness of Sumter County, Florida. The objective was specific to survey the population of the Florida bonneted bat, a federally endangered species and the largest bat in the state. These magnificent animals, with wingspans that can stretch over half a meter, are notoriously difficult to study. They fly high and fast, and their numbers have dwindled to a point where every sighting, every recorded call, is a precious piece of a much larger puzzle. My chosen location was a secluded clearing deep in the woods, a few kilometers from the skeletal silhouette of the old Bushnell Fire Tower, a rusted relic of a bygone era that now served as a silent landmark for those few who ventured this far off the beaten path. The drive itself was a descent into primal nature. The paved roads gave way to gravel, then to deeply rutted dirt tracks that scraped the undercarriage of my research vehicle. The air, thick with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and sweet, smelling pine, grew heavier with each kilometer. By the time I reached the clearing, the sun was a bleeding orange wound on the horizon, its last light filtering through the dense canopy of cypress and live oak in fractured ethereal beams. This was the golden hour, the crepuscular period when the world holds its breath, transitioning from the domain of diurnal life to that of the nocturnal. For me, it was the start of the workday. Unpacking my equipment is a ritual, a series of practiced, deliberate movements. The collapsible aluminum poles, the spools of ultra-fine mist nets, the acoustic monitors, the infrared cameras, and the sensitive recording devices. Each item has its place, its purpose. The mist nets are the centerpiece of the operation. They are made of a black, hair-thin nylon mesh designed to be nearly invisible in the low light of dusk and dawn. When stretched taut between two poles, they form a delicate, almost imperceptible barrier, intended to safely entangle any bat that flies into it, allowing me to collect measurements, take samples, and attach temporary tracking devices before releasing them unharmed. It was during this setup, as I was securing the final guy line on a net stretched between a dense palmetto thicket and a stoic stand of longleaf pines, that I first heard the sounds. They came from deep within the palmetto, a tangled, shadowy fortress of saw-toothed fronts. It was a series of high-pitched, complex vocalizations, a rapid succession of clicks, whistles, and soft, almost melodic chirps. A slow smile spread across my face. Excellent, I murmured to the empty clearing, my voice a quiet intrusion into the burgeoning symphony of crickets and cicadas. The bats are active tonight. In my mind, I was already running through the possibilities. The sounds were consistent with the echolocation calls of several local species. Perhaps a group of evening bats, or maybe the slightly lower frequency calls of big brown bats. The complexity of the chirps even hinted at social calls, communication between individuals in a roost. The prospect of a successful night, of capturing and documenting the elusive bonneted bat, sent a familiar thrill of academic excitement through me. My entire focus narrowed, my senses attuned to the promise of discovery. The sounds were my siren song, luring me into a state of focused anticipation. I believed I was listening to the prelude of a scientific breakthrough. I believed I was the sole predator in this clearing, the scientist hunting for data. This was my first mistake, a critical error born not of incompetence, but of assumption. It was a mistake of auditory misidentification, a failure to consider that in a place this wild, a sound could have more than one author. I was an expert in the language of bats, but I was a novice in the broader, more ancient vocabulary of the Florida wilderness. With the nets in place, I retreated to my small camp chair, positioning it a respectful distance away to minimize my disturbance. I poured a cup of lukewarm coffee from my thermos, the steam ghosting into the cooling air. the waiting began. This is a part of fieldwork that many don't see. The long, quiet hours of stillness and patience. It is a meditative state, a time for observation and reflection. I switched on my acoustic monitor, an Anabat system, which translates the ultrasonic calls of bats into a frequency audible to the human ear. The device remained mostly silent, which was slightly puzzling. If the bats were as active as the sounds from the thicket suggested, the Anabat should have been crackling with their calls. I dismissed it as a quirk of atmospheric conditions, or perhaps the bats were still too deep within the foliage for the sensitive microphone to pick them up. I settled in, my gaze fixed on the gossamer planes of the nets, waiting for the tell-tale dark shape of a bat to become ensnared. The chirps and whistles from the palmetto continued, a constant, reassuring presence that reinforced my belief. They seemed to be moving, shifting within the thicket, a sign, I thought, that they were preparing to emerge and begin their nightly forage. The darkness was now absolute, a thick, velvet blanket punctured by the cold, distant light of the stars. The air was still. The world was waiting. And I, Dr. Mia Flores, was waiting with it, blissfully, dangerously, unaware that I was not the only one. I was the observer, but I was also being observed. An hour bled into two. The initial thrill of anticipation began to curdle into a subtle, knowing unease. The forest, which had felt so full of promise, now seemed to press in on me, its silence growing heavier, more profound. The chirps and whistles from the palmetto thicket continued their intermittent serenade, yet my Anabat monitor remained stubbornly, unnervingly quiet. Not a single ultrasonic spike. My scientific mind scrambled for explanations. Perhaps the dense, waxy leaves of the palmettos were absorbing the high-frequency sounds, creating an acoustic dead zone around my microphone. Or maybe the bats were of a species whose calls fell just outside my equipment's detectable range, though that seemed unlikely. Every logical reason I presented to myself felt thin, like a flimsy bandage on a deep wound. An older, more primitive part of my brain, a part that had nothing to do with doctorates or data, was beginning to stir. It was a cold knot of instinct in my gut, whispering a single, insistent word wrong. I tried to dismiss it as the solitude playing tricks on me. Field work often involves long, lonely vigils, and it's not uncommon for the mind to conjure phantoms in the dark. I took another sip of coffee, the bitterness grounding me for a moment. I scanned the edges of the clearing, my eyes tracing the impenetrable wall of vegetation. The world beyond the weak circle of my headlamp's glow was a tapestry of shifting shadows and imagined movements. The air, once still, now seemed to carry a charge, a static electricity of unseen life. The constant, soft chirping from the thicket, which had once been a sound of promise, now felt different. It was less like the incidental noise of a roost and more like a deliberate, ongoing conversation, one I was not meant to overhear. Then the rustling started. It was different from the sound of wind through leaves. It was a soft, furtive shuffling, the sound of a body, low to the ground, moving with careful intent through the dry underbrush. My heart gave a sudden, hard thump against my ribs. This was it. The bats were finally emerging. My unease was instantly replaced by a surge of adrenaline and focus. The scientist in me took command once more. I slowly, silently raised my night, vision binoculars to my eyes. The world transformed from inky blackness to a surreal, luminous landscape of glowing greens and grays. I focused the lens on the edge of the palmetto thicket, the spot where the rustling was most pronounced. I expected to see the fluttering, erratic flight of bats pouring from the foliage, a chaotic dance against the pale screen of my vision. I expected wings. What I saw instead stole the air from my lungs. It wasn't a bat. Out of the tangled darkness of the palmettos, a creature of impossible grace and fluid power emerged. It was a female Florida panther, her coat a warm, tawny brown that seemed to absorb the ghostly green light of the binoculars. She was magnificent, larger, and more muscular than I could have imagined. Her movements were liquid, a seamless flow of muscle and sinew as she stepped into the clearing. And she was not alone. Tumbling out from behind her, like two spotted, clumsy shadows, were her kittens. They were small, no bigger than house cats, their coats dappled with the dark spots of infancy. They were a picture of pure, unadulterated innocence, wrestling and pouncing on each other in the pale moonlight, their tiny chirps and whistles suddenly, terrifyingly making sense. The sounds I had been monitoring for hours, the sounds I had confidently identified as the echolocation of bats, were not from bats at all. They were the soft, intimate vocalizations of a mother panther communicating with her young. They used these softer calls to keep track of each other without alerting larger predators or prey to their presence. My mistake was catastrophic. My entire scientific premise for being in this exact spot was built on a foundation of complete and utter auditory misidentification. For a moment, I was paralyzed, caught in a state of awe and terror. The kittens were playing directly in the path of my primary missed net, their playful tumbles taking them dangerously close to the nearly invisible mesh. A dozen nightmare scenarios flashed through my mind, a kitten becoming entangled, its panicked struggles, the mother's inevitable, ferocious response. I was no longer a scientist conducting research. I was a trespasser, a blundering intruder who had unknowingly set up a dangerous trap in the middle of a predator's nursery. The clearing wasn't a neutral research site, it was a den. And then she saw me. It happened in a fraction of a second. The mother panther, who had been watching her kittens with a look of soft, maternal patience, lifted her head. Her ears swiveled, her body went rigid, and her gaze locked directly onto my position. The change was instantaneous and absolute. The playful, gentle parent vanished, and in her place was an apex predator that had just identified a threat to its offspring. Her posture transformed. Her shoulders hunched, her head lowered, and her body seemed to coil, gathering all its latent power into a single, terrifying promise of violence. Her lips peeled back from her teeth, and a sound rumbled up from deep within her chest. It was not a chirp or a whistle. It was a low, guttural growl that vibrated through the ground and into the soles of my boots. It was the most primal sound of warning I had ever heard, a sound that bypassed all logic and spoke directly to the oldest, most terrified part of the human psyche. It was the sound of imminent death. The kittens, sensing the shift in their mother, instantly ceased their playing. They flattened themselves to the ground, melting back into the shadows at the edge of the thicket, their spots providing perfect camouflage. The mother took a single, deliberate step forward, placing herself squarely between me and her young. Her eyes, 2 points of brilliant, emerald fire in my night vision, never left mine. They were filled with a cold, intelligent fury. I sat frozen in my camp chair, my coffee cup still clutched in my hand, my binoculars pressed against my face. My mind, which moments before had been a whirlwind of panic, was now eerily calm, flooded with the chilling clarity of a person who knows they are about to die. I had stumbled into the one situation every field biologist is trained to avoid. I had cornered a mother with her young. I hadn't just been an observer, I had been a threat. The nets, my tools of science, were now perceived as weapons. My presence, my scent, my very existence in this clearing was an unforgivable intrusion. The silence that followed her growl was more terrifying than the sound itself. It was a silence filled with weight and menace, a canvas onto which my imagination painted 1,000 brutal endings. Time ceased to function in any measurable way. Seconds stretched into glacial epochs, each one defined by the steady, rhythmic beat of my own heart hammering against my ribs. I remained perfectly still in my camp chair, the plastic legs digging into the soft earth, my body a statue of pure terror. The night, vision binoculars felt fused to my face, a permanent lens through which I was forced to witness this waking nightmare. The panther's eyes, those twin emerald flames, held me captive. They were not the vacant eyes of a simple animal. They were ancient, intelligent, and filled with a cold, calculated judgment. She was assessing me, weighing my every breath, my every twitch. The low growl in her chest had subsided, replaced by an unnerving silence that was somehow more menacing. It was the silence of a predator that has cornered its prey and is now simply deciding what to do with it. My vehicle, my metal sanctuary, was approximately 50 meters behind me. 50 meters of open ground, a moonlit stage upon which any attempt at escape would be a final, desperate performance. And she was positioned directly between me and that escape. She had blocked my exit with the casual, strategic brilliance of a master tactician. Every survival instinct screamed at me to run, but my scientific mind, the part of me that understood the physics of predator and prey, knew it would be suicide. A Florida panther can cover 50 meters in less than 3 seconds. I wouldn't make it 2 steps. My mind, in a strange act of self-preservation, began to detach. The fear was still there, a white, hot core in my stomach, but a layer of cold, analytical thought formed around it. I was no longer Dr. Flores, the terrified human. I was a problem solver facing a complex, life-threatening variable. Variable A1 adult female panther, approximately 120 pounds, highly agitated. Variable B2 kittens, location known but unseen, the primary catalyst for the aggression. Variable C1 human, unarmed, having demonstrated threatening behavior by establishing a perimeter of nets near a den site. Conclusion: the odds were not in my favor. The only thing I could control was my own action, or rather, my inaction. I had to make myself as non-threatening as a rock. I slowly, deliberately, lowered the binoculars from my eyes, breaking the intense visual connection. I avoided her gaze, keeping my head slightly bowed in a universal gesture of submission. I made my breathing slow and even fighting the instinct to hyperventilate. I had to communicate in a language she understood, the ancient language of body posture. I am not a threat. I am not interested in your young. I am leaving. But how? My equipment was still deployed, a series of alien structures marking my intrusion. Leaving them would be a small price to pay for my life, but the nets themselves posed a lingering threat to her kittens. I couldn't, in good conscience, leave them up. I had to take them down. The thought of moving, of making the sounds of disassembly, sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. She watched me, her head cocked slightly, as if intrigued by this sudden change in my behavior. She hadn't attacked. This was crucial. A panther's attack is often an explosion of violence, a charge or an ambush. This prolonged standoff was different. It was a warning. It was a test. She was giving me a chance to correct my mistake. I am writing this now in my logbook. The pen trembling in my hand, the dome light of my truck casting a sickly yellow glow on the page. I am writing by the light of my headlamp, which is still strapped to my forehead. She hasn't attacked. She's just watching me. The decision was made. I had to retreat and I had to take my nets with me. I began to move, my actions painstakingly slow, each motion telegraphed. I slid off my chair, pushing it away from me with the back of my leg. The soft scrape of plastic on dirt sounded like a gunshot in the silence. The panther's muscles tensed, a low rumble echoing from her chest once more. I froze, my body rigid, until the sound subsided. This was the rhythm of it, then a deadly dance of move and pause. My first objective was the net closest to me, the one stretched across the path to my truck. I took a single, shuffling step towards it. Her eyes followed me. I didn't dare look at her directly, but I could feel her gaze on me, a physical weight. I reached the first aluminum pole, my fingers fumbling with the clip that held the net. The metallic click as it released was deafening. The panther took a step forward, a silent, fluid movement that closed the distance between us by a third. My blood ran cold. I kept my side turned to her, trying to appear smaller, less confrontational. I carefully, painstakingly, began to gather the fine mesh, bundling the invisible threat into a harmless ball. One pole down, one net bundled. I moved to the second pole, my heart a frantic drum against the silence of the forest. Every nocturnal sound, the hoot of a distant owl, the chirp of a cricket, felt like a countdown. The world had shrunk to this clearing, to the space between me and the panther. She was a silent, tawny ghost, a sentinel of the wilderness I had so arrogantly tried to catalog. She was studying me, her focus as intense as any scientist's. She was learning my movements, my scent, my fear. As I collapsed the second pole, a twig snapped behind me. It was one of the kittens, its curiosity overriding its fear. It poked its spotted head out of the palmetto, its blue eyes wide. The mother's head whipped around, and she let out a soft, guttural chuff. The kitten vanished instantly. It was a moment of distraction, but it was also a stark reminder of what was at stake. The final net was the one closest to her den, the one that had been the source of the rustling. To get it, I would have to move parallel to her, closing the distance to the thicket. It felt like walking into the jaws of a trap. I forced my legs to move, my body screaming in protest. As I worked on the final pole, she began to pace, a slow, deliberate patrol along the edge of the clearing. She was a warden, and I was the prisoner on probation. With the last net down, I had all my equipment bundled in my arms. I began my retreat, walking backwards, one slow, deliberate step at a time. I never turned my back on her. 50 meters. 45. The gravel of the track was under my feet. 40. My hand brushed against the cold steel of my truck's door handle. 35. She stopped pacing and sat on her haunches, watching my slow, pathetic retreat with an unnerving stillness. My mistake was thinking I was the only scientist out here tonight. She was studying me too. And I failed the test. I fumbled with the handle, my fingers numb and clumsy. The clunk of the latch opening was the sound of salvation. I slid into the driver's seat, pulling my gear in after me. I didn't dare slam the door, closing it with a soft, final click. I locked it. Only then did I look up. She was still there, a silhouette in the moonlight, a queen on her throne. She had not moved. She had won. She had defended her territory and her young from the clumsy, ignorant intruder without shedding a drop of blood. She had taught me a lesson I would never forget. I started the engine, the roar of the motor a sacrilege in this sacred place. As I turned the truck around and my headlights swept across the clearing, she was gone. She and her kittens had melted back into the forest, leaving no trace, as if they were never there at all, as if they were nothing more than a figment of my terrified imagination. But I know they were real. The scent of ozone and fear still hangs heavy in my truck, and the image of her eyes is burned onto the back of my own. My name is Lucas Thorne, and for the better part of a decade, I've been employed by the City of Crestview's Parks and Recreation Department. My official title is Grounds Maintenance Technician, a designation that sounds far more clinical than the reality of the job. In truth, I am a steward of the city's green spaces, a modern day groundskeeper tasked with mowing, planting, pruning, and generally ensuring that the public facing aspects of our natural world remain tidy and safe. It's a solitary job for the most part, which has always suited me. I find a certain meditative peace in the hum of a lawnmower or the rhythmic scrape of a rake on dry leaves. Crestview prides itself on its connection to nature. We're a town nestled against the sprawling expanse of the Ocala National Forest, a final bastion of manicured civilization before the untamed wilderness takes over. Our crown jewel is the Crestview Environmental Center, a preserve of several hundred acres of pine flatwoods, cypress swamps, and oak hammocks. It's a place where families come to walk boardwalks over wetlands and where schoolchildren take field trips to learn about the gopher tortoise. At the heart of this preserve stands a relic from another time, the old live oak tower. Built in the 1950s as a fire lookout, the tower is a skeletal structure of steel and wood that rises 100 feet above the canopy. It hasn't been used for its intended purpose in over 30 years, but the city keeps it standing as a historical landmark. It's a stark, lonely sentinel watching over the forest. My job for today, a task I'd been putting off for a week, was to clear the dense undergrowth that had reclaimed the area around the tower's base. Years of neglect had allowed saw palmettos, galberry bushes, and thorny vines to create an impenetrable thicket, a perfect habitat for all the things that slither, scurry, and hide. The day dawned with a suffocating promise of heat. By the time I had driven my city, issued pickup truck down the long, unpaved service road to the tower, the air was already thick and heavy, a damp blanket you could feel on your skin. The cicadas were in full chorus, their monotonous, high-pitched drone a constant soundtrack to the Florida summer. I parked the truck, the tires crunching on dry pine needles, and sat for for a moment with the engine off, letting the silence of the woods settle in. It wasn't a true silence, of course. It was a symphony of insectile buzzing, the distant call of a crow, and the whisper of a breeze through the high pines. This was the peace I usually cherished. Today, it felt different. There was a weight to it, a watchfulness that I couldn't quite place. I shook off the feeling, attributing it to the oppressive humidity and my own procrastination. I lowered the tailgate with a metallic clang that echoed unnaturally in the quiet and began assembling my tools of the trade. The primary weapon for this job was the weed whacker, a heavy-duty, gas-powered beast with a circular saw blade attachment for cutting through thick, woody stems. I donned my safety gear, heavy work gloves, scratched up safety glasses, and a hard hat with a mesh face shield. Dressed for battle, I felt insulated from the world around me, a feeling that was both comforting and, in retrospect, profoundly dangerous. I yanked the starter cord, and the machine roared to life with a violent, sputtering cough before settling into a deafening, high RPM scream. The peaceful symphony of the woods was instantly obliterated, replaced by the mechanical fury in my hands. The vibrations traveled up my arms and into my chest, a man-made heartbeat overpowering the natural rhythm of the forest. My task was to clear a 50-foot radius around the tower's concrete footings. I started at the edge, the spinning blade tearing through the palmetto fronds with a satisfyingly destructive crunch. The work was hot, tedious, and messy. Shredded plant matter flew everywhere, sticking to my sweat-soaked shirt. My focus narrowed to the few feet of ground directly in front of me. The world became a blur of green and brown, the only sounds being the roar of the engine and the shredding of vegetation. It was about 10 minutes into the work that I first heard it, or rather felt it. Over the constant, high pitch whine of the motor, there was a brief, intermittent, and distinctly different sound. It was a dry, chattering buzz. Species. Zeet, I eased off the throttle. The engine noise dropped to a lower pitch grumble. I stood still, listening. The cicadas, which had been drowned out, slowly faded back into my awareness. Nothing else. I revved the engine again, and the world dissolved back into noise. I dismissed the sound as a mechanical quirk. With the amount of vibration this machine produced, it was probably just a loose bolt on the housing or a piece of gravel caught in the guard, rattling around. I had a job to do, a schedule to keep. My lunch break was calling to me. I pushed the thought aside and plunged back into the work, sweeping the screaming blade back and forth in a wide, destructive arc. I worked my way in a slow, deliberate circle around the tower, the cleared ground behind me a stark, ugly contrast to the dense growth ahead. The sun climbed higher, beating down on my hard hat. Sweat dripped into my eyes, stinging them. Another 20 minutes passed in this state of focused, noisy oblivion. I was in my own world, a bubble of sound and motion, completely detached from the environment I was so violently altering. Then I heard it again. This time, it seemed sharper, more insistent. It cut through the engine's roar for just a second, a sound so alien to the machine's rhythm that it registered in my brain as an anomaly. Once again, I stopped. I let the engine idle, my head cocked. The sound was gone. I scanned the ground around me. Nothing but shredded leaves and the stumps of palmettos. I looked at the weed whacker itself, checking for any obvious loose parts. Everything seemed solid. I shrugged, a growing annoyance replacing my brief curiosity. This was what happened when you were out in the heat for too long. Your mind started playing tricks on you. The machine was fine. The world was fine. I was just hot and tired and wanted to be done. With a renewed, slightly frustrated determination, I squeezed the throttle to its maximum, and the engine screamed its protest as I attacked the final, thickest patch of brush right at the base of the tower's northeastern leg. I was completely oblivious, convinced the only thing I had to fear was the heat of the sun and the monotony of my work. The engine of the weed whacker sputtered. It coughed once, twice, a pathetic gasp that was a stark contrast to its earlier, continuous scream. Then, with a final, shuddering sigh, it died. The fuel tank had run dry. For a moment, my only reaction was frustration. I was so close to being finished, and now I'd have to stop, walk all the way back to the truck, get the gas can, and go through the whole messy refueling process. I let the machine fall silent in my hands, its weight suddenly feeling immense. And in that moment, the world rushed back in. The silence that followed was not the peaceful, ambient silence of the forest I had experienced when I first arrived. This was a deafening ringing void. The absence of the engine's roar was so absolute that it felt like a physical pressure against my eardrums. My brain, so accustomed to the violent noise, struggled to recalibrate, and into that void a sound emerged so clear and sharp it was as if a switch had been flipped. BZZZZZZT, BZZZZZZZZT. It was no longer a vague, intermittent chatter I could dismiss. It was a loud, high frequency, and terrifyingly deliberate wearing. A sound like 1,000 dried peas being shaken in a gourd, amplified to an impossible volume. It was the sound of pure, distilled warning. My blood ran cold. That was not my machine. That sound was coming from the world my machine had been silencing. It was organic, it was alive, and it was close. My head snapped up, my eyes wide, scanning the area with a frantic energy that hadn't been there moments before. My heart, which had been beating a steady rhythm, dictated by physical exertion, began to hammer against my ribs with a new, frantic tempo driven by pure adrenaline. The annoyance I had felt about the engine dying was vaporized, replaced by a primal, instinctual fear. The world, which had been a blurry backdrop to my task, sharpened into terrifyingly high definition. I could see every blade of grass, every fallen pine needle, every shadow under the palmetto stumps. Where was it? The sound was directional, yet it seemed to be coming from everywhere at once. It vibrated through the soles of my boots. I took a half step back, my body acting on instinct before my mind could form a coherent thought. I was still holding the inert weed whacker, clutching it like a useless shield. My gaze darted from the base of the tower to the pile, shredded vegetation I had just created, to the edge of the remaining thicket. Then I saw it. And the world stopped. Everything, the cicadas, the distant crow, the pounding in my chest, seemed to fade into an insignificant hum. There was only the sound and the source of the sound. Not 5 feet from where I stood, coiled in the shade of the very last patch of saw palmettos I had been about to decimate, was a snake. This was not just any snake. This was an eastern diamondback rattlesnake, the undisputed king of venomous serpents in North America. And it was the largest one I had ever seen, not just in a photograph or behind glass at the nature center, but here, in the flesh, in its element. It was easily 5, maybe even 6 feet long, and as thick around as my forearm. Its body was a breathtaking, terrifying mosaic of brown and yellow diamonds, a pattern designed by nature to be both beautiful and a deadly omen. It was coiled upon itself in a perfect, tight knot of muscle, a living spring of potential energy. Its head, a distinct, spade-shaped wedge, was raised a foot off the coil, held in that classic, horrifying S-shaped strike posture. Its black, lidless eyes were fixed on me, ancient and devoid of any emotion I could comprehend. There was no anger, no malice, just a cold, reptilian focus. Its forked tongue, black as night, flickered in and out, tasting my scent in the air, gathering information about the clumsy, noisy giant that had invaded its space. And its tail. The tail was a blur of motion, a vibrating, hypnotic instrument of dread. The interlocking segments of keratin that formed the rattle were moving so fast they were almost invisible, producing that loud, incessant, buzzing whir that was now the only sound in my universe. It was a sound that bypassed the ears and plugged directly into the most primitive part of the brain, the part that screams one word: danger. A wave of nausea and vertigo washed over me. My mind, struggling to catch up with the reality of the situation, began to piece together the events of the last half hour with a dawning, sickening horror. The rattling sound I had heard intermittently. The sound I had dismissed as a loose bolt. The sound I had ignored because I was too focused on my work, too insulated by the noise of my own making. It had been warning me. The chilling realization settled in my stomach like a block of ice. I hadn't just stumbled upon it. I had been circling it for 20 minutes. With every pass of my screaming machine, I had been getting closer and closer, completely, arrogantly oblivious. I had been walking a tightening spiral around a creature that could end my life in a matter of hours. It hadn't struck, it hadn't fled. It had sat there patiently and done what its ancestors had done for millions of years. It had warned me. It had given me every possible chance to hear, to understand, to simply go away. And I, in my bubble of human importance, had been deaf. My mistake wasn't just about the noise. It was about the assumption that I was the one in charge out here, that this space was mine to alter, that my schedule was the only thing that mattered. I had treated this ancient forest as if it were just another lawn to be mowed, another hedge to be trimmed. The snake wasn't an intruder in my workspace. I was a violent, thundering invader in its home. I stood frozen, every muscle in my body screaming at me to run, yet I was paralyzed by the certainty that any sudden movement would be my last. My breath was trapped in my lungs. I could feel sweat, cold and clammy, trickling down my spine. We were locked in a standoff, a silent, terrifying negotiation between two species. The snake's message was clear. I am here. I am deadly. Do not come closer. My response was a statue, like stillness, a desperate, silent plead. I see you. I was a fool. I mean you no harm. Time seemed to stretch and warp. A second felt like a minute. The snake didn't relax its posture. Its head remained poised, its tail a constant, furious blur. It was a creature of immense and patient power. It held my life in its coils, and we both knew it. The only thing that had saved me so far was its restraint, a restraint I had done absolutely nothing to deserve. Movement was death. Stillness was life. This was the only truth my brain could hold on to. I had to break the stalemate. I had to back away, but how, when every instinct in my body screamed that the slightest twitch of a muscle would trigger the inevitable strike. I forced myself to breathe, a slow inhale through the nose, an even slower exhale through parted lips. I had to project non-threat. I had to be nothing more than a stupid, scared creature in retreat. I decided to drop the weed whacker. It was a useless weight, a monument to my own folly. I slowly, as if diffusing a bomb, uncurled my white, knuckled grip, finger by finger. I expected the clang of metal on earth to be the end of everything, but I let it lean sideways as gently as I could. It settled onto the cut grass with a dull thud that seemed deafening in the silence. The snake did not move. Its head remained poised, its tail an unwavering blur of sound. All right, now for the hardest part. I had to move my feet. I chose my back foot first, shifting my weight backwards so slowly it was almost imperceptible. I carefully lifted my heel from the ground, then the ball of my foot. The sensation of the earth separating from the sole of my boot was torturously slow. I dragged the foot back an inch, 2 inches, 6. Then I placed it down as if stepping onto thin glass. The rattle was constant, no louder, no softer, a steady, terrifying signal. I repeated the process with the other foot. Shift, lift, drag, place. Each movement was a terrified meditation. My world had shrunk to the 5 feet of space between myself and the snake. I didn't look away. My eyes were locked on that triangular head, studying the slightest tremor of its muscles. I made it 1 step back, 2 steps, 3. The distance between us slowly, painstakingly, grew from 5 feet to 10, from 10 to 15. At about 20 feet, I noticed a subtle change. The rattle was still going, but the frequency had dropped slightly. The high-pitched buzz was mellowing into more of a dry hiss. Its head lowered a fraction of an inch, though it was still very much in a ready posture. It was reassessing. The loud, stupid threat was retreating. It was deciding if I was still a problem that needed solving. I didn't dare to hope, but a tiny seed of it took root in my chest. I continued my backward shuffle, slow and steady. I wasn't dragging my feet now, but taking more natural, albeit still glacially slow, backward steps. I dared not turn my back on it. Not until there was real distance between us. When I was about 50 feet away, at the edge of the circle I had cleared, the rattling stopped. The ensuing silence was somehow more shocking than the sound itself. I froze, holding my breath, waiting to see what it would do. For a moment, it remained coiled. Then slowly, majestically, it began to unspool. The powerful muscles of its body unwound from their tight knot, revealing the incredible length of it. It turned its head away from me, dismissively, and with a single fluid motion, it flowed into the remaining cover of the saw palmettos and vanished. It wasn't in a hurry. It wasn't scared. It was simply going about its business, as if our near fatal encounter had been nothing more than an annoying interruption. Only when it was gone did I turn and walk. My walk quickly became a power walk, and then a stumbling run toward my truck. The woods, which had felt so peaceful and welcoming this morning, now seemed sinister and full of menace. Every long shadow seemed to hold a snake. Every rustle of leaves made me flinch. I wasn't running from that one snake anymore. I was running from the reality that the world was full of dangerous, powerful things to which I had never paid the proper respect. I reached the truck and yanked the door open, throwing myself into the driver's seat and slamming it shut. The metallic boom was the sweetest sound I had ever heard. It was the sound of armor, the sound of safety, the sound of civilization. I rested my forehead against the steering wheel, gasping for breath, sweat pouring down my face. But this time it was the cold sweat of fear, not heat. Then the shaking started. It began in my hands, a fine tremor that made it impossible to fit the key into the ignition. It spread up my arms, into my shoulders, and soon my entire body was racked with uncontrollable shivers. My teeth chattered. I hugged myself, trying to still the convulsions, but it was an involuntary reaction I had no power over. It was my body's way of dumping the adrenaline and terror of the last half hour. I sat in that truck for I don't know how long. 10 minutes. An hour. The world outside the windows seemed like an unreal painting. I looked at the live oak tower, standing stark against the sky. It didn't look like a historical landmark anymore. It looked like a tombstone. A tombstone for my arrogance. My mistake wasn't just that I couldn't hear the warning. My mistake was thinking I was in charge out here, that my work was the only thing that mattered. I almost paid for that arrogance with my life. That snake had every right to strike. I had invaded its home, destroyed its cover, and threatened it with noise and violence. And yet, it had given me every chance. It had shown me more courtesy than I had ever shown it. I'm sitting here now, my hands still shaking too much to turn the key. I don't think I can go back out there today. Or maybe ever. The image of that shimmering coil and that incessant, buzzing whir will be burned into my memory forever. I came here to maintain a green space, but I received a brutal education in what wild truly means. It's not a park, it's not a backyard. It's a kingdom with its own laws, and today, I broke them and walked away, not through any skill or courage of my own, but by the grace of a creature I had almost destroyed.